Chapter 1875. Behemoth Forest. The lush green forest was shrouded in a layer of haze due to the darkness of the night. The shadows cast by the tall trees and bushes were the only things that could be seen. In these shadows, no one knew if there was a ferocious beast that ate human bodies hiding in them, and if anyone passed by, it would pounce out and bring them to hell. Therefore, even though most of the dangerous aura in the giant beast forest had disappeared for some unknown reason, the feeling of fear that came from the bottom of one's heart was still unavoidable. This caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. However, it was in this frightening and tense forest that a beautiful girl with pure white wings was flying at an extremely slow speed. She didn't rise into the air and just flew between the dense trees, sobbing as she flew. So scary. Ikaro-senpai is so scary when she's angry. It's Astrea who escaped from the capital of alternate generations to avoid Ikaros. The capital of alternate generations might be covered by Yukari's barrier, but it has a very human-like design. Similar to the boundary between illusion and reality in Fantasy Village, although the barrier covering the capital of alternate generations would not automatically attract monsters or whatnot, it could identify those who entered and left. As long as the barrier remembered the presence, it was not difficult to enter and exit the capital of alternate generations at will. Of course. Only Wu Yan and the girls living in the heart of alternate generations have this privilege. The Misaka sisters don't have this privilege. After all, with the number of Misaka sisters and their unpredictable personalities, it wouldn't be strange for one or two of them to go missing at any time. It would be troublesome if that happened. That's why only Wu Yan and his summons can enter and leave the capital of alternate generations as they please. He didn't know what kind of torture Ikaros inflicted on Astrea. Astrea didn't look any different on the surface, but her crimson eyes flashed with fear from time to time. Astrea didn't dare to stop for a second. I wonder if Ikaro-senpai is still angry. She turned around. Astrea grumbled pitifully as she looked at the direction of the capital of alternate generations. I want to be with Master, I want to eat Master's cooking. While Astrea was hesitating on whether she should go back or not, in the forest not far away, some noises resounded in the air. Astrea looked at him with a confused expression. She was surprised. That's... Ha. 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 Among the dense trees. On the ground, Lulu was drenched in sweat, she was panting as she ran. Her face was filled with anxiety. You. Behind Lulu, several magical beasts as large as elephants, some in the form of wolves, some in the form of dogs, and some in the form of elephants, were nimbly flitting through the trees, roaring as they chased after Lulu. Lulu turned around and saw the demonic beasts chasing after her. Her face turned even paler. It wasn't that Lulu was afraid of these magical beasts. These magical beasts looked terrifying, but they were only around the 5th or 6th order. To Lulu, who had already reached the 7th order, they were nothing to be afraid of. There are two reasons why Lulu's face turned pale. First, if these demonic beasts catch up to her, she might be able to defeat them, but she will waste a lot of time. As for Lulu, she didn't have much time to waste. As for the other reason, according to Lulu's knowledge, there shouldn't be many magic beasts left in the giant beasts forest. Most of the magic beasts that were left were rank 1, 2, and 3 magic beasts. Most of the magic beasts that were left were already gone. Rank 5 and 6 demonic beasts aren't that high, but there shouldn't be many left in the behemoth forest. Lulu didn't expect that she would be so unlucky to encounter these demonic beasts when she was in a hurry. Seeing that the demonic beasts were getting closer, Lulu gritted her teeth and turned around. Magical powers gushed out from her body and a staff appeared in her hand. The gem on the tip of the staff lit up. Shortly after, a few huge icicles with a diameter of 2 meters fell from the sky and smashed onto the demonic beasts who couldn't react in time. Boom! In a muffled sound, crimson blood flowed from the bottom of the huge icicles and stained the ground red. The few demonic beasts were smashed into minced meat. Oh oh oh. The rest of the magical beasts didn't even bother to pay attention to their dead brethren. They continued to charge forward without slowing down and quickly surrounded Lulu. Swish! In an instant, two of the demonic beasts that surrounded Lulu couldn't wait any longer. They burst out and slashed their razor-sharp claws at Lulu. Clang! Two ice walls suddenly rose from the ground. The claws of the two magic beasts didn't hit Lulu, who was behind the ice walls. Instead, they smashed into the ice walls with a burst of sparks, creating two huge holes in the thick ice walls. Lulu's gaze was fixed on the two magic beasts in front of her. Her lips were still biting hard as she circulated the magic power in her body to the extreme. The ice-blue magic power was like a mist that wrapped around Lulu's body. Roar! Just as Lulu was about to end the battle cleanly, a loud roar echoed in the forest. Upon hearing the roar, Lulu sulked and lifted her head abruptly. On top of a huge tree in front of them, a huge black shadow was standing there, roaring angrily. It was a tiger-shaped demonic beast. To be exact, it should be described as a tiger-shaped demonic beast that walked on two legs like a human. The tiger-shaped demonic beast stood on a branch of the tree. It exuded an aura that was much stronger than all the other demonic beasts on the scene. The surrounding air rippled and split apart like waves. Lulu's face finally revealed a look of shock. That was actually a Class 7 demonic beast. Even though Lulu had advanced to Class 7, Lulu had only just advanced. She was level 60 and was the weakest among Class 7 demonic beasts. Even though this Class 7 demonic beast was also at level 60, it was generally impossible for humans to defeat demonic beasts of the same level due to its powerful physical capabilities and magical powers that were much stronger than humans of the same level. Furthermore, Lulu clearly sensed the aura emanating from the tiger-shaped demonic beast. This tiger-shaped demonic beast definitely wasn't just Class 7. It was at least Class 7 intermediate. Roar! The tiger-shaped demonic beast abruptly roared and stomped its feet. The branches and trees under its feet were instantly crushed by the huge impact. The tiger-shaped demonic beast burst forward and stretched out its sharp claws, aiming for Lulu's heart without hesitation. Lulu didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly waved the staff in her hand and a gust of cold air gushed in from all directions and condensed into a tiger-shaped demonic beast that was exactly the same as the tiger-shaped demonic beast. The Ice Tiger Man bent his claws, and a rich white magical power emerged on the sharp claws. Finally, all of the white magical power gathered on the sharp claws, and with traces of ice-cold air, he directly attacked the Tiger Man. Clang! In the sound of metal clashing, Lulu's ice tiger-shaped demonic beast trembled. In less than a second, the ice tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws shattered into pieces. Boom! In the end, even the Ice Tiger Man exploded into ice shards under the attack of the Tiger Man magical beast. The tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws continued to reach for Lulu. Swish! Just when Lulu's face was filled with horror and despair, an ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded in the forest. A streak of light flitted past every demonic beast at the scene, including the tiger-shaped demonic beast. Poochie! Lulu only saw a blur in front of her eyes. Then, one by one, blood blossomed on the bodies of the demonic beasts. All the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into two halves, including the Class 7 demonic beast that almost killed Lulu. Lulu didn't have time to react and all the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into two halves. Then, a young lady with a pair of pure white wings and a laser sword in her hand appeared in Lulu's vision. Although she couldn't understand what had happened, Lulu recognized this angelic girl. She immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, and the taut strings in her head loosened. Lulu's vision turned black, and she fell to the ground. Sister Lulu. This was the last sound Lulu heard before she lost consciousness. Chapter 1876. In an empty room, Wu Yen, Yukari, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others gathered together. They didn't say a word. Lulu was lying on the bed in the room. Beside the bed was Kanon, who was wearing a white blouse with red trimmings and a red pleated skirt. Her slender hand was raised about 10 centimeters away from Lulu's body, and there was a gentle glow emanating from it. Aside from Kanon, Wu Yen and the other girls looked at Lulu. Lulu's pale face was covered in sweat and she looked like she's having a nightmare. They couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in their hearts. It must be noted that Lulu was a lively, cheerful, and playful girl. She could even play with Furan. She was naive, romantic, and a little natural. A girl like this, in the past, in front of Wu Yen and co., she would always act like a clown, she would always giggle and throw a tantrum. When has she ever laid on the bed with a pained expression on her face? Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were the closest to Lulu, couldn't help but bite their lips so hard that they almost bled. Astria couldn't bear to look at Lulu anymore. Even Yukari furrowed her brows. Even the other girls were in such a state. Wu Yen didn't know what to feel. Lulu is the first person Wu Yen met and the first person he met in Silveria since he came to this world without any family or friends. Lulu's cheerful personality and the way she protected and cared for Wu Yen. Lulu's position in Wu Yan's heart was second only to the other girls. Wu Yen didn't say anything when he saw Lulu in such a state. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Blood dripped out of her palms. In this heavy atmosphere, Kanon's treatment continued in an orderly manner. Until a certain moment, the gentle light on Kanon's palm dimmed. Kanon saw this. Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria perked up. Wu Yen asked in a hurry. Kanon. How are you? I'm fine now. Kanon smiled. She looked like a devout saint. She answered Wu Yan's question with a clear and gentle voice. Actually, Lulu-san isn't injured at all. Not injured. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Astria froze at the same time. Not injured. Wu Yen was also surprised by this. Then why did Lulu faint? Ha! Lulu-san fainted due to exhaustion of mana. She wasn't injured. Kanon shook her head. That's why she'll recover after resting for a while, Wu Yen and the others sighed in relief. Kanon was a familiar with healing abilities. Apart from that, she also had a purifying ability. She didn't have any combat abilities at all. Vassal beasts were synonymous with destruction. It was hard to imagine a vassal beast without any fighting prowess. However, it was also because of this that Kanon's purification and healing abilities were extraordinarily powerful. In addition, due to her purification and healing abilities, Kanon also knew how to deal with foul energy such as curses and the physical condition of the target she needed to heal. Since Kanon said that Lulu was just exhausted and wasn't hurt, then that must be the case. There was no doubt about it. Kanon, thank you. Wu Yen rubbed Kanon's head. Thank goodness you're here. We wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. I'm glad I was able to help Sensei. Kanon was a little shy as she enjoyed Wu Yan's pat. Then, I'll be heading back. Wu Yen didn't object. He nodded and cut off the mana channeling to Kanon. Her body turned into particles of light and disappeared from the scene. When Kanon returned to Wu Yan's body, the girls looked at each other. Lack of stamina. Too much mana. Mental exhaustion. Mikoto used her finger to point at her cheeks, her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Why is Lulu so exhausted? Why did she use so much mana? Ha! Ha! Hinajiku tilted her head and asked in confusion. Isn't it because of the battle with the demonic beasts? Lulu is a pure magus. Even if she used up a lot of mana fighting demonic beasts, there's no way she would use up all her stamina. Wu Yan said in a low voice. Besides, Canon also said that Lulu was too mentally exhausted. That's the main reason why she fainted. So, Lulu definitely didn't fall into a coma because she was fighting a magical beast. That's strange. Chuju seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. Why did Lulu go to the Behemoth Forest? This is indeed a problem. Due to the existence of the Beast King, the Behemoth Forest is off limits. Only the 3 empires have set up camps outside the Behemoth Forest are allowed to enter the Behemoth Forest to hunt. Lulu is a special student studying at the Spalier World Academy. Logically speaking, the camps wouldn't allow a talented student to hunt in the Behemoth Forest. It's too dangerous. Lulu is also the only daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. Even if she wanted to enter the Behemoth Forest, there would be plenty of experts protecting her. Lulu's grandfather, the Thunder King, and father, Lars, might even be escorting her. At the very least, Fei Fei would be there. But this time, Fei Fei isn't by Lulu's side. Lulu even entered the dangerous Behemoth Forest alone. This doesn't make sense. Could it be because she encountered a high-level demonic beast? Mikoto pondered for a moment before saying. Maybe because they encountered a high-level magic beast, the team that escorted Lulu was annihilated, and only Lulu escaped. That's hard to say, right? I can't say that it's impossible. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. But first, we have to figure out why Lulu came to the Behemoth Forest. Everyone fell silent. Yukari spoke up. Isn't the reason obvious? The group of people turned their heads and looked at Z. Yukari. Wu Yan turned his attention to her. Do you know why Lulu came to the Behemoth Forest? You're all too concerned, that's why you didn't think. Yukari laughed and shook her head. Isn't the most likely reason for this girl to come to the giant beast's forest to look for us? Find us. Realization dawned on everyone's faces. Find us. Only Wu Yan's frown deepened. Indeed, with the relationship between Lulu and Wu Yan's group, it's not surprising that she came here to look for them because she missed Wu Yan and the others. However, Wu Yan's intuition told him that Lulu didn't come here just because she wanted to see them. Yukari had her own considerations as well. She tapped her face with the paper fan in her hand and said thoughtfully. What we're more curious about is why this girl exhausted her stamina to the point that she fainted due to exhaustion. Because the team escorting him was wiped out, he exhausted all his stamina trying to escape. Also, because he was being chased by demonic beasts, his mental state was highly strained. In the end, when he saw Astria saving him, he let his guard down and fainted. Mikoto suggested. Isn't that the case? Is that so? Violet said with a smile. She didn't deny it. That's right. But I think something important must have happened to this girl. She rushed all the way to the Behemoth Forest to look for us. That's why she fainted due to exhaustion. Everyone present shuddered at the thought of this. Lulu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moaned. Her eyelids trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Lulu. Wu Yan and the others were overjoyed. They rushed forward. Lulu also saw Wu Yan and company. Her eyes, which were still a bit unfocused, focused and then, they turned red. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she stood up and threw herself at Wu Yan. Yan. What's wrong? Wu Yan and the others were shocked. What happened? Yan. Yan. Lulu hugged Wu Yan tightly. She cried as if she was hugging a life-saving straw. She shouted at the top of her lungs. The Ailu Empire is about to be destroyed. Chapter 1877. Time returned to the morning. In the Spalier world, there was an academy. It was the only academy in the Spalier world. It was founded by the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires. Since the academy was established by the three empires, it was located in the middle of the three empires. It was close to the giant beast forest, which occupied a corner of the three empires' borders. This academy was called the Spalier World Academy. Every youngster in the Spalier world yearned to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. It wasn't just because Silveria World Institute was the only institute in the entire Silveria world, nor was it because it was founded by the three empires. It was because the geniuses from all over the world were gathered in this institute and they grew together. In other words, as long as you entered the Spalier World Academy, you would be hailed as a genius no matter where you went. Even if you were just a normal student. Everyone in the Spalier world knew that no matter if you were born in one of the three empires or one of the 9 great houses, you couldn't be called a true genius no matter how talented you were. Only the students of the Spalier World Academy could be called a true genius. In addition, the Spalier World Academy was provided with cultivation resources by the three empires. It was the cradle of geniuses in the world. It was a holy land for cultivation. No one didn't yearn to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Unfortunately, only the true geniuses could enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Mediocre people didn't even have the right to step through the gates. Looking down from the sky, the Spalier World Academy looked like a city. It was surrounded by tall walls. The entire Spalier World Academy was surrounded. At the center of the academy, the arena tower towered into the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. In the academy, the students were only responsible for cultivation. The teachers were responsible for teaching and cooperating with the academy's enforcement team. They were responsible for the safety and management of the academy. For a place as important as the Spalier World Academy. Naturally, there was no lack of guards at the door. If one looked closely, they would notice. On the surrounding walls of the academy, there would be a small hall located at every set distance. Those were the resting places of the academy's guards. At this moment, the guards were armed with their own armors and were fully equipped with equipment. Some of the warriors were even wearing armor. They were patrolling the perimeter wall with solemn expressions. Especially on the perimeter wall where the main gate of the academy was located, there were the most number of guards patrolling the perimeter wall. They were also the strongest. Every single one of them was at least at the beginning of the 7th stage. There were at least 100 of them. 100 7th stage powerhouses guarding the academy. With such a level of defense, even if any of the 9 super clans were to launch an attack, they would also be sent away in disgrace, right? In fact, no one had ever dared to attack the Spalier World Academy. After all, it was an academy created by the 3 great empires. The 3 great empires were the 3 powers that occupied the Spalier world. Unless they were tired of living, who would dare to attack? Even if they succeeded, the invaders wouldn't even have a place to stay. Unless they went out to sea, they wouldn't be able to survive in the world of Silveria. They would be nothing more than rats on the streets. Because of this, many guards on the wall seemed to be patrolling solemnly, but in fact, they were not nervous at all. Some of them even secretly yawned, looking bored. It could not be said that they were not relaxed. At a certain moment, one of the guards who was looking into the distance was startled. He rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Far away from Silveria World Institute, the guards could see a cloud of dust rising from the horizon. It was slowly rising into the sky. The guard wasn't the only one who discovered this phenomenon. The other guards gradually discovered it as well. What is that? Is it fog? That's not fog, right? Could it be a sandstorm? How can there be a sandstorm in the Ailu Empire? Only the Baruba Empire has deserts. The guards on the wall started to clamor. Not long later, all of the guards gathered and looked at the dust rising from the horizon. After a long time, the sharp-eyed guards suddenly widened their eyes. They saw it. Below the cloud of dust, a large group of black figures was running madly. They were like cows running in the wild, kicking up clouds of dust. Roar! Ew! Whoa! Not long after, the roars of wild beasts began to reverberate in the air, causing the atmosphere to be filled with the atmosphere of a storm. Only then did the guards reveal a look of horror. Rumble! The ground was already trembling, proving that the troops formed by the black shadows were not illusions, but real. Roar! Ew! Whoa! The roar of the wild beast finally became clear. Not only did it reverberate into the ears of the guards, even some of the students in the academy could hear it. At the same time, the shadows also revealed their true faces. They were actually demonic beasts. Impossible! The guards cried out in unison. Demonic beasts only appear in the behemoth forest. They only move around in the behemoth forest. Why would they appear outside the behemoth forest? Why would they come to the Spalier World Academy? This was absolutely impossible. Even if the demonic beasts rushed out of the behemoth forest like the time when the Beast King was born, there were still camps set up by the three empires outside the behemoth forest. The elite members of the three empires and the 9 great families were there. It was impossible for the demonic beasts to rush out. However, the tremors on the ground, the tension in the air, and the magical beast army that was getting closer and closer, to the point where they could even feel their auras, told the guards that something was wrong. Everything in front of them was real. Quick! One of the guards roared. Inform the higher-ups of the academy and the elders of the academy council. It was a pity. It was too late. Roar! Ew! Whoa! Amidst the roars of the demonic beasts, the demonic beast army came into contact with the walls of the academy. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the sky of the academy, causing the ground and buildings of the entire academy to tremble. What happened? In a villa of a special student, there was a rare moment of excitement. Lulu, who was about to cultivate, was shocked by the sudden loud sound and vibration. She quickly rushed out of the villa. However, the scene that appeared in front of Lulu made Lulu completely stunned. It was as if the end of the world. It was a scene of despair. Roar! Ew! Whoa! Numerous gigantic magical beasts were swarming over from all directions. They roared and destroyed the buildings in the academy. Help! No! Some of the weaker students were running for their lives. The lucky ones were still running for their lives. The unlucky ones were already caught by the demonic beasts. Go! Kill them! The rather powerful students had already gathered together and formed a battle line. Amidst the angry shouts, they fought against the magical beasts one after another. However, there were too many demonic beasts. There were so many of them that the students in the academy could not compete with them. Even if they formed a battle line, the battle line was constantly shrinking and retreating. For a moment, the roars of the demonic beasts, the screams of the students, and the angry shouts of the people who were fighting against the demonic beasts echoed in the academy. What happened? Lulu's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face was pale. What happened? What happened? Wasn't it obvious? The demonic beasts attacked the academy. But it was such an obvious fact. Because it was too surreal, not to mention Lulu, even those who were fighting the demonic beasts could not accept it. Lilu. At this moment, Fei, who was holding her beloved sword, appeared beside Lulu and grabbed her hand. Are you okay? Fei. Lulu looked like she was saved. She grabbed Fei's hand tightly, her voice trembling. What's going on? Fei Fei opened her mouth to say something. But before she could say anything, a figure flashed through the air and landed in front of them. Grandfather, old clan leader. It was the Lightning King. Let's cut the crap. The Thunder Sovereign's expression was rather unsightly as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. No one knows the real reason, but I must tell you that not only this academy, every city in the Ailu Empire is being invaded by demonic beasts. If this continues, the Ailu Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Fei Fei and Lulu's expressions changed. Right now, we have to deal with the enemy in front of us. Fei Fei, come with me. The Lightning King shouted without turning his head. Lulu, hurry to the Behemoth Forest and find that little guy. We need his strength. Grandfather. Go. In the next moment, the Lightning King, Fei Fei, and Lulu's voices were drowned out by the demonic beast's roars. Chapter 1878. Silence, an indescribable silence, a deathly stillness seemed to have merged with the air, filling every corner of the room, making it difficult to breathe. In the entire room, only Lulu's sobbing could be heard. She had just explained the whole thing from beginning to end. Other than Lulu, everyone else was silent. Now, Lulu had brought 3 pieces of information to everyone. 1. Due to unknown reasons, demonic beasts attacked the Spalier World Academy. 2. Due to the demonic beasts' attack, Lei Wang, Fei Fei, and the Academy's students were fighting back. Their current situation is unknown. 3. The demonic beasts didn't just attack the Spalier World Academy. From Lei Wang's words, every city in Ailu Empire was attacked by demonic beasts. Based on these 3 pieces of information, many guesses began to surface. First of all, even though they didn't know the current situation, they could guess. Even if the situation wasn't that bad, it was at least an emergency. Otherwise, Lei Wang wouldn't have sent Lulu alone into the demonic beast's base to search for Wu Yan and the others. Secondly, since the demonic beasts had rushed out of the Behemoth Forest and attacked the cities in Ailu Empire, then the Behemoth Forest's base must be in a bad situation. After all, the Behemoth Forest's base was built right outside the Behemoth Forest. If the demonic beasts wanted to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, they would have to rush out of the Behemoth Forest and pass through the Behemoth Forest's base to enter Ailu Empire's borders. Now that the demonic beasts had started to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, it was obvious that the Behemoth Forest's base was in danger. Even the supply town might have been destroyed. No matter how one looked at it, the situation had reached a critical point. But soon, more and more questions appeared in everyone's mind. Why did the demonic beasts rush out of the Behemoth Forest? Why did they attack Ailu Empire? Of course. It was just a question. However, he believed that many people who were in the know could guess the answer to this question. Is it the Beast King? Chuju took a deep breath. One could even faintly hear the sound of him gnashing his teeth. Other than the Beast King, no one can break the rules of the magical beasts and make them rush out of their own territory. In other words, the Beast King, who had been hiding in the Behemoth Forest to recuperate, has fully recovered from his injuries. Mikoto clenched her fist and said angrily. Could it be that he wants to take revenge for what happened before? Then why didn't they come to us? Ever since the Beast King had become a demigod, he had only appeared twice. The first time, it was Violet who had severely injured him. The second time, it was Wu Yan who had used Violet's ruby mode to almost kill the Beast King. If the Beast King had to say who he hated the most, it wouldn't be the humans of the Spalier world who treated the magical beasts as prey, but Wu Yan and Violet. Since the Beast King had attacked Ailu Empire, there was no way he wouldn't go after Wu Yan's group. Compared to the outside world of the Behemoth Forest, the Behemoth Forest's capital of Otherworld should be the first to be attacked by the Beast King and his magical beasts. No matter what, the capital of Otherworld is located in the Behemoth Forest, in the enemy's main camp. I'm afraid it's not that the Beast King doesn't want to bother us, it's just that he hasn't found us yet. Wu Yan's tone was unexpectedly calm. Even if it's him, he wouldn't be able to guess that we're in his territory and have set up a base. Violet's barrier also provides us with concealment. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect the capital of Otherworld from the outside. That's why the Beast King didn't attack us first. A blind spot. Mikoto agreed with Kiran's statement. She seemed a little frustrated. If I knew this would happen, I would have left a way to communicate with the outside world. When the capital of Otherworld was built, Wu Yan's group didn't want to have anything to do with the camp. They didn't want to cause too much trouble. That's why they only told Sylph, Feifei, Lulu, and a few others about the location of the capital of Otherworld. They cut off all contact with the outside world. Originally, this consideration was not without reason. In the entire Silveria world, within the 3 empires and the 9 great clans, there were only a dozen or so Type 9 powerhouses. As for the demigod realm, there were only 5 of them. On Wu Yan's side, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria are all Tier 9 powerhouses. Ikaros and Istria who can use Pandora mode are considered rare even among Tier 9 powerhouses. Wu Yan who's at the pinnacle of Tier 9 and Violet who's at the demigod level, they have enough power to rival any of the 3 empires. Not to mention the 20,000 Misaka sisters who are at least Tier 7 and the girls who are still in the process of transforming. If Wu Yan wants to gain a foothold in the Spalier world, they're more than enough. It's a pity that Wu Yan doesn't have the ambition to conquer the world. He just wants to live a peaceful life with his summons. Even the capital of Otherworldly was built to give his sisters a place to settle down. Even if Wu Yan doesn't have any ambition, there are bound to be people in the Spalier world who are on tenterhooks because of Wu Yan's group. In order to avoid causing too much trouble and disputes, it wasn't entirely unnecessary for them to conceal themselves. But now, there's a drawback. It's hard for news from the outside world to reach the capital of Otherworldly. Otherwise, there's no way Wu Yan's group wouldn't be in the dark. Yan, what should we do now? Lulu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Grandpa and Feifei are fighting against the demonic beasts at the academy. I don't know how Dad is doing. Everyone must be in danger, we have to save them. There's no need to call for help anymore. Violet shook her head and said. According to what you said, the demonic beast's attack started in the morning. You only arrived at the Behemoth Forest at night. In addition to the time you were unconscious, it's almost dawn now. 1 whole day is enough for them to successfully resist the demonic beasts, retreat, or die. In other words, the Thunder Lord and Feifei have either repelled the demonic beasts and are safe and sound, or they were defeated by the demonic beasts and have retreated. Otherwise, they died in the academy. No matter how you look at it, there's no need to rescue them now. Then what should we do? Lulu waved her hands helplessly. Grandpa said that he needs your strength now. Lulu, calm down first. Wu Yan patted Lulu's shoulder and looked at Violet. Violet, what do you think we should do? You should be asking, what do you think we should do? Yukari asked Wu Yan back with a question. The Behemoth Forest is in the middle of the 3 empires. If the demonic beasts attacked the Ailu Empire, the Baruba Empire and Fey Empire would be attacked as well. In other words, the entire world is under attack by the demonic beasts. Do you only want to save the people you know? Or save the entire Ailu Empire? Or save the entire Spalier world? Wu Yan was speechless. He admitted that he wasn't so noble as to save the entire world. However, he still wanted to save the people he knew. However, the people Wu Yan wanted to save would definitely not allow the Spalier world to fall into the hands of the demonic beasts. They would definitely fight back. When that happens, Wu Yan's group would be dragged into the mess. That's why Violet was asking Wu Yan if he wanted to be dragged into this mess or take the initiative to solve this crisis. Or, he could just stay out of this mess. The girls seemed to understand Violet's meaning. They all looked at Wu Yan. Other than Lulu, who was looking forward to it, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria all expressed one thing. That is, no matter what Wu Yan chooses, the girls will stay by his side. Wu Yan felt warmth in his heart. He looked at Violet. When Wu Yan was about to make a decision, Violet's calm expression froze for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. It seems like they don't intend to give us a choice. Chapter 1879. At the same time, in one of the open spaces in the Behemoth Forest, a scene like this was playing out. Around this desolate open space, in the trees and bushes, pairs of scarlet and green eyes suddenly flashed one after another. They were like wild wolves lying in ambush in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to strike, causing the air to be filled with a dangerous aura. Hoo! In the sky, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Along with the sound of the wind, it reverberated in the area. Following that, huge black shadows approached from all directions, as if they were surrounding something. They gradually attacked the empty space. Looking carefully, it was actually a huge wild bird flying in the sky. Birds with the appearance of dragons and birds, giant pythons with wings, fluffy lions with eagle wings, and lone wolves without wings, etc., all of them were magical beasts that could fly. The entire open space was filled with these huge flying magical beasts, slowly surrounding the entire open space, causing shadows to appear in the sky and on the ground. Almost at the same time when the flying magical beasts surrounded this open space, in the trees and bushes around the open space, the owners of the scarlet and green eyes slowly revealed their true forms. Of course, they were all magical beasts. These magical beasts did not have a fixed group, and their appearances were all different, almost all of them. Their numbers were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, they seemed to have locked onto some sort of prey. They did not roar or charge forward, but were slowly surrounding the empty space. Just looking at this scene would cause one to be terrified. If it was just this, then it would be fine, but the most frightening thing was the size of these magical beasts could only be described as covering the sky and the sun. Their height was comparable to a building, and with the densely packed numbers and various appearances, anyone who saw it would tremble. After all, among these magical beasts, there were also some dragons. Of course, these were not real dragons, but magical beasts that only had the appearance of dragons. These magical beasts that had the appearance of dragons were mainly divided into two types. One type was dragons with wings, like the Western lizard dragon. Their colors were green, red, silver, black, and even gold. Together with other magical beasts, they surrounded the open space in the sky. The other type was naturally the wingless dragons. They had the appearance of dinosaurs, stegosauruses, tyrannosauruses, and other dragon-shaped magical beasts. Together with the magical beasts that couldn't fly, they surrounded the open space on the ground. If someone were to identify these magical beasts, they would be horrified to find out. Among the magical beasts that surrounded this open space, regardless of whether it was the flying magical beasts in the sky or on the ground, the weakest one was a rank 7 magical beast. In other words, there were at least 10,000 rank 7 magical beasts here. As for the rank 8 magical beasts, if there were not 1,000 of them, there were at least hundreds of them. 10,000 rank 7 magical beasts. Hundreds of them 8 magical beasts. Who could stop such a magical beast army? Even if the Ailu Empire's strongest knight regiment came, their chances of victory wouldn't be higher than 30%. However, the most terrifying of all were the dozen or so magical beasts that occupied the front of the magical beast army, as if they were the leaders of the magical beasts. These magical beasts were all rank 9 magical beasts. Under the lead of the dozen or so class 9 magical beasts, this terrifying army of magical beasts slowly surrounded the empty space. They only stopped when they were 100 meters away from the empty space. Then, the magical beasts that surrounded the open space suddenly parted to form a path. A figure slowly emerged from the path and walked to the front of the magical beast army. It was a person. A man in his 20s with a devilish appearance. His body was wrapped in clothes made of animal skin, his entire body exuding a murderous aura that made people tremble. The moment the devilish man appeared, the magical beasts in the sky and on the ground lowered their heads as if they were worshipping him. However, the devilish man did not even spare them a glance. A pair of beast-like eyes stared at the open space below, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Hiding here. After finishing his sentence, a violent magical power surged from the devilish man's body. However, this magical power seemed to be possessed by a vengeful spirit. It was like a black fog that seemed to contain a demon's roar. It gave off a feeling of ruthlessness and negative emotions when one looked at it. The magical beasts that were closer to the devilish man began to let out low growls of fear. The devilish man ignored them completely. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the open space below. They don't intend to give us a choice. As soon as Purple said this, everyone present was stunned. Boom! Before they could react, a terrifying force suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the enchanted field that enveloped the capital of a different era. The enchanted field of the capital of a different era emerged abruptly and flickered with a rich radiance. The Misaka sisters who were doing their own things on the street all raised their heads expressionlessly and looked at the thin film-like barrier that appeared above them. What's going on? Wu Yan and the others who were still in the room were shocked. Violet closed her paper fan and looked out of the window. Boom! Another terrifying force descended and slammed into the barrier of the capital of a different era. This time, the entire barrier trembled as if it could not bear the burden. A part of it even cracked, allowing the residual force that surged in through the cracks to take effect. The entire capital of a different era trembled violently as if it was hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ah! Lulu screamed and almost fell to the ground. Ikaro stepped forward and caught Lulu in time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Estrella was a little flustered. Barrier. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Yukari raised their heads and looked outside the window. When they saw the cracked barrier, they froze on the spot. The enchanted field cracked. Wu Yan didn't look out of the window, but his expression turned ugly. Someone's attacking this place. Boom! Just as his voice fell, the third attack also arrived. Compared to the previous 2 attacks, this attack was even more terrifying and heavily fell on the cracked barrier, causing the barrier to shake violently. Kacha! Kacha kacha! Finally, on the barrier, such a voice could not help but reverberate. The barrier couldn't withstand the third attack. It couldn't withstand it any longer. Boom! Amidst the sound of glass shattering, the barrier that covered the entire capital of a different era completely crumbled and shattered. Everyone in the capital of a different era, including the Misaka sisters, finally saw what happened. The sky above the capital of a different era was filled with an army of demonic beasts. They roared at the ground. Roar! 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 The roars of the demonic beasts reverberated throughout the capital of a different era. Wu Yan and the 20,000 Misaka sisters knew what kind of enemy they were facing. Through the window, Hinajuku and Lulu's expressions changed drastically as they saw the army of flying magical beasts covering the sky. Mikoto even cried out in fear. Not good. Sisters. No. It's not just the sisters. Everyone here, no matter if they're in the buildings or on the streets, is within the attack range of the flying demonic beasts. As long as the flying demonic beasts release a long-range attack, the capital of a different era will definitely be destroyed. And the Misaka sisters won't be able to escape unscathed. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria. Wu Yen suppressed his anger and yelled at the four girls. Go and gather all the sisters. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria knew that this wasn't the time to hesitate. They rushed out of the room without any hesitation. Ikaros even brought along Lulu. At this moment, a loud voice echoed in the sky above the capital of a different era. Wu Yen. Yakumo Yukari. Come out. Chapter 1880. Wu Yen. Yakumo Yukari. Come out. Her voice reverberated through the air. Not only did it reach Wu Yen and Yukari's ears, it also reached Hanajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and Lulu, who rushed into the street to gather the Misaka sisters. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria have heard this voice before. It's the Beast King's voice. I knew it. Chuju gritted her teeth. It's the Beast King. He's looking for Master and Yukari-ne-san. Astria started to get anxious. Chuju-ne-san, Mikoto-ne-san, Ikaros-senpai, shouldn't we go help Master and Yukari? Wait. Wait a little longer. Mikoto's face was full of struggle, but in the end she still chose to look at the bigger picture. Let's gather the sisters first. This way, we'll have an advantage whether we fight or retreat. With Yukari and Yan's ruby mode, we'll be fine. Chuju and Astria hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lulu couldn't make the decision, so she followed the girls. Only Ikaros turned her head and looked at the sky. Master. On the other side, Wu Yen and Yukari, who are still in the room, also recognized the owner of this voice. They exchanged glances with each other. Be careful. Yukari nodded as if she knew what Wu Yen was thinking. If the Beast King dares to come looking for us, he must have the confidence to defeat us. Since we don't know what the Beast King has up his sleeves, we need to buy as much time as we can. Wu Yen nodded. He looked at the sky filled with flying demonic beasts. A golden light flashed in his eyes. In the sky, all kinds of flying magical beasts flapped their wings as they let out low roars. There were at least hundreds and thousands of magical beasts densely packed in the sky. It was truly a scene that made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Outside the fortress-like sturdy walls of the capital of alternate generations, there were a shocking number of various magical beasts on the ground. In front of the capital of alternate generations, there are more than a dozen gigantic demonic beasts. These demonic beasts are all rank 9 demonic beasts that have lived for God knows how long. In front of this group of demonic beasts, there's a human standing in the air. It's a demonic man. A dark golden fur robe made of beast skin fluttered in the wind. His body emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The bewitching man coldly looked down at the Misaka sisters, who were methodically gathering in one place. He didn't make a move and just quietly floated in the air. Not long after, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared not far from the bewitching man. Wu Yen and Yukari walked out from the crack, and they were surrounded by the flying demonic beasts in the sky. Roar! 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 The army of flying demonic beasts that surrounded Wu Yen and Yukari let out roars that were strong enough to form airwaves. However, Wu Yen and Yukari ignored these demonic beasts that were bluffing. They shifted their gazes to the demonic man opposite them. At the same time, a stream of light flashed in their eyes from the system's perception. Beast King. When the system sent this message to Wu Yen and Yukari, they were stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that the Beast King's strength has broken through to the point where even the system can't sense it? Wu Yan aside, even Yukari couldn't come up with an answer to this question. She didn't have the time to find out. This was because when the Beast King saw the two of them appear at the same time, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes and he sneered. We finally meet again. The two of you, I wonder if the gifts I gave you are to your liking. Gifts? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Gifts? Yukari smiled. Even in the face of tens of thousands of flying demonic beasts, her expression remained unchanged. Are you referring to the entire world being attacked by you? Or are you referring to breaking a barrier here? All of these are just the prelude. The Beast King looked directly at the young lady who had defeated him effortlessly. Since I have shown myself once again, the entire world should be under my control. The beast race should be spread across every corner of this world. Humans are nothing but food for us demonic beasts. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. His laugh was filled with disdain. Do you think you have the humans under your control? Why can't I think so? The Beast King waved his hand. The demonic beasts behind him all roared in unison, their voices deafening to the ears. Compared to us demonic beasts, how are the humans superior? Humans have 9th grade demonic beasts, but so do we. The humans have Class 8 powerhouses, but the beasts also have Class 8 magical beasts, and they have far more than the humans. In terms of numbers, we demonic beasts may have been holed up in this forest for a long time, but our reproductive ability is strong and our numbers are no less than that of humans. In terms of strength, demonic beasts are born with strong physique and magic power. Compared to humans of the same level, demonic beasts have an absolute advantage. That is why I can attack all 3 empires of the Spalier world at the same time. In just one day, we demonic beasts have conquered 1/3 of the Ailu Empire, 1/3 of the Baruba Empire, and 1/3 of the Fea Empire. It won't be long before the human world, the continent of Silveria, falls under the control of us magical beasts. The Beast King clenched his fist, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Tell me, why wouldn't I think I have the humans under my control? Yes. Demonic beasts are generally stronger than humans in terms of both numbers and strength. The 3 empires and the 9 great clans only have a dozen 9th grade demonic beasts. Even if the other 9th grade demonic beasts are included, the total number won't exceed 30. Demonic beasts have a long lifespan. Those that have lived for a very long time are all 9th grade demonic beasts. Disregarding the others, when the Beast King was born, there were a dozen 9th grade demonic beasts guarding him. In addition to the other demonic beasts scattered around, there are at least 50 9th grade demonic beasts. Demonic beasts can't even compare to 9th grade demonic beasts, let alone 7th and 8th grade demonic beasts. With their reproductive ability, there are definitely more demonic beasts than humans. As for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade demonic beasts, there are so many of them that it's impossible to count them all. Thus, if one were to compare the demonic beasts with the humans, the demonic beasts would generally win. But you've forgotten, a true omnipotent can control everything. Wu Yan continued. Humans have 5 demigods, but the demonic beasts only have you. As long as you are defeated, no matter how much advantage the demonic beasts have, they will all be chased back to the behemoth forest. Hearing this, the Beast King lowered his head. Just when Wu Yan thought he was going to get angry, he laughed like a madman. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Wu Yan's expression turned cold. What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? The Beast King laughed heartily as he clapped his hands. I'm laughing at the fact that you're absolutely right. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King's aura suddenly surged like a violent volcano, stirring up a storm. Boom! The ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions, pushing the flying magical beasts around the Beast King a distance away. The flying magical beasts all bowed down to the Beast King as they let out low growls. Under that terrifying aura, the Beast King's aura continued to rise from the demigod rank. It easily surpassed the Beast King's previous strength and continued to climb. Wu Yan's expression changed. Even Violet's expression turned grave. There was no other reason. The Beast King's aura continued to surpass Violet's. In Wu Yan and Violet's senses, it even surpassed the strength of the delicate fragrance Feng Jian in their memories. Even so, the Beast King's aura did not stop. In the end, it surpassed the peak of the demigod rank and continued to climb. The terrifying aura that far surpassed the peak of the demigod rank caused the air to become chaotic. The space also trembled. Wu Yan and Violet felt as if their bodies were filled with lead. It was so heavy that they almost bent over. This fact made Wu Yan and Violet hold their breath. Surpassed the peak of the demigod rank. Then wouldn't that be? You're right. A true powerhouse can control everything. The Beast King's voice reverberated in the sky. And I, who have become a god-rank powerhouse, will be the only powerhouse in this world. Chapter 1881. Just like the calm before the storm, the Beast King's terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption, and the magical beasts all let out excited and fearful roars. Wu Yan and Yukari, who didn't show any change in expression when facing such a terrifying demonic beast army, now, not only did their expressions change, even their hearts started to churn like raging waves. Divine-level fighter. The Beast King has become a divine-level fighter? Is that possible? Wu Yan did not want to believe this possibility. After all, if one wanted to become a divine-level expert, one must first reach the peak of the demigod realm. Secondly, one must find divine energy, absorb it, and borrow the divine energy to transform. Only then could one become a true divine-level expert. The Beast King had just broken through the demigod realm and became a newbie among the demigods. Now, it had only been half a year since the Beast King was born and met Wu Yan in the Behemoth Forest. In half a year, the Beast King rose from the demigod realm to the peak of the demigod realm. That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, even if the Beast King had used some shortcut to reach the peak of the demigod realm, it was impossible for him to become a divine-level fighter. The divine power that could allow a peak demigod fighter to reach the divine level had disappeared along with the disappearance of the only mythical armament in the Spalier world. Because of this, the Spalier world had never produced a fifth divine-level fighter other than Silveria, Ailu, Balba, and Phil. Without the divine power, how could the Beast King become a divine-level fighter? However, the Beast King's aura had surpassed the peak of the demigod realm and reached a level that was impossible for a demigod realm fighter. Feeling the Beast King's aura that was as strong as a mountain, Wu Yan's heart sank. At this moment, Purple spoke with a serious expression. You should know just how many impossible elements were involved in what he said. I know. You won't believe me. The Beast King didn't retract his aura and smiled calmly. It can't be helped. Only after reaching the peak of the demigod level can a life form begin to contain the power of divinity. By absorbing the power of the gods. Together with his body began to change. The barrier to the demigod realm would begin to melt, and at that time, peak demigod powerhouses could attempt to break through. Once you succeed, you can become a god. As for me, since I'm not at the peak of the demigod stage, it's impossible for me to possess the divine power that has already disappeared. In that case, I definitely can't advance to the divine level. If I hadn't found some other substitute. Wu Yan and Yukari were shocked. They stared at the Beast King. Since you two defeated me mercilessly, I'll tell you. The Beast King glanced at Wu Yan and Yukari. A secret belonging to the deities. The Beast King slowly retracted his aura so that Wu Yan and Yukari were no longer suppressed. However, their hearts were still heavy. Under such circumstances, the Beast King spoke. You should know why the power of divinity disappeared, right? Because of the War of the Gods. Wu Yan replied. Yukari hadn't heard of the secrets of the deities with him. The power of divinity was born from the only mythical armament in this world. The mythical armament could bring an unimaginable increase in power to the deities. Therefore, in order to fight for the mythical armament and the power of divinity, the four deities fought a war. In the end, the mythical armament disappeared along with it. That's right. The Beast King's tone didn't contain any praise. Then, why did the mythical armament disappear? Wu Yan was stunned. He really hadn't considered this question seriously. Who knew how many years ago this matter wasn't even recorded in history? How could Wu Yan know? Perhaps seeing through Wu Yan's thoughts, the Beast King curled his lips and smiled. Then let's change the question. How did the four deities die? Wu Yan and Yukari exchanged a glance. With just a glance, they understood each other's meaning. Wu Yan was talking to the Beast King while Yukari tried to find some flaws in the conversation. Wu Yan retracted his gaze and answered as if nothing had happened. Wasn't it because they perished together in the process of fighting? Indeed, that's the most likely reason. Although he said so, the Beast King shook his head. But unfortunately, I want to tell you that the deities didn't die in the battle. They died in their own hands. Died in their own hands. Yukari narrowed her eyes. Died in their own hands. Wu Yan frowned tightly. What's going on? The Beast King sneered as if he didn't care about the four deities. He slowly revealed a secret that no one in the Spalier world knew. There was no limit to human greed. The battle of the gods between the four divine-level experts had started because of greed. Since the power of God could allow experts at the peak of the demigod level to obtain the opportunity to break through to the divine level, one of the four divine spirits became greedy and attempted to seize the power of God to cultivate a divine-level expert for his own faction. Because of this, the other three deities couldn't stand by and watch all the deities being born in other factions. Naturally, they couldn't avoid conflict. In the end, the conflict even involved the only deity without a faction. In order to fight for the ownership of the divine power, the four deities broke out into a battle. Thus, the existence and secret of the mythical armament were dug out. From Kite, Wu Yan learned that the battle lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, after it ended, all four deities fell and the only mythical armament disappeared. However, how did they fall and how did they disappear? Even the five demigods didn't know, let alone Kite. However, at this moment, the Beast King revealed this secret. Actually, in that War of the Gods, the only mythical armament was destroyed during the chaotic battle of the four gods. Destroyed. Yukari was stunned. Wu Yan was even more shocked. The mythical armament was destroyed. Is it strange? The Beast King sneered. After all, the mythical armament is just a natural weapon. If it was attacked by four deities at the same time, it's not impossible for it to be destroyed, right? How could the four deities fall? Wu Yan refuted. If the source of the dispute, the mythical armament, was destroyed, then the four deities didn't have to continue fighting, right? That's why I said that the four deities didn't die in the battle at all. The Beast King threw out such a sentence impatiently. However, humans are indeed despicable creatures, and so are the deities. Their crazy ambition is the reason for the fall of the four deities. Ambition. That's right. That's right. The Beast King sneered. Unwilling to accept the destruction of the mythical armament, unwilling to accept the disappearance of the power of God and the fact that Silveria could no longer produce a divine-level expert, the four gods brought back the fragments of the destroyed mythical armament in an attempt to research the power of God and the manufacturing method of the mythical armament. In the end, The Beast King smiled disdainfully. It's this kind of ambition that brought them to the end of the mythical armament. You mean? Wu Yan said uncertainly. They failed. No. No, to a certain extent, they succeeded. The Beast King denied it. However, what they studied was not the divine power and the manufacturing method of the mythical armament. Instead, it was a byproduct that could help people break through the current level and improve their strength by chance. It's also because of this byproduct. The Beast King slowly raised his hand. That's why I am now. As these words came out of the Beast King's mouth, an indescribable aura suddenly rose from the Beast King's body. What kind of aura was that? Cold. Decay. Insidious. Corrosion. All the negative words that could be used to describe bad things could be used to describe it. Under the influence of this dark aura, the Beast King slowly raised his hand, and a black clump-like object actually rose up into the air. It was a black fog. And in the black fog, there were traces of disgusting black light that looked like rotten insects twisting their bodies. Looking at the black fog and black light, Wu Yan and Yukari's face suddenly changed. Weren't the black fog and black light the things that could turn people into monsters? Chapter 1882. Once upon a time, Marcus from the second family of the Saito family had absorbed a strange black light. Although he borrowed the power of the black light to reach the Type 9 Divine Warrior realm, his appearance had turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. The black light that escaped from Marcus' body returned to the Saito family's base. It possessed the second young master of the Saito family, Bing Mian. In the end, Wu Yan chased the Saito family's base and destroyed both the black light and Bing Mian. Not only that, but the strange black light also appeared in large numbers and wreaked havoc in the giant beast's forest. Many people died in the giant beast's forest camp, and many magic beasts were also affected. In the end, many of them died with grievances. Wu Yan had Ikaros and Astria investigate the behemoth forest. In the end, he released cannon to eliminate the black light that wreaked havoc in the behemoth forest. How could Wu Yan not recognize the black light that can increase the power of the possessor but at the same time turn the possessor into a monster? Yukari was the same. Don't forget that Violet personally came to the giant beast's forest to search for this black light. She even met up with 5 demigods from Silveria. It's impossible for her not to recognize this black light. I thought you two forgot about this. The Beast King revealed a sinister smile when he saw Wu Yan and Yukari's expressions change. You forgot about the power of a false god. False god. Wu Yan's expression darkened. Disgusting thing. Is this the power of a god created by the 4 great gods by researching the fragments of mythical armaments? Is this the substitute you speak of? That's right. The Beast King fiercely clenched his fist, and the black light and black fog were immediately absorbed into the Beast King's body. This is the byproduct of the power of divinity that the 4 great gods developed by chance. I think all of you have already seen its effects. This pseudo-god power can unconditionally increase the power of the user, and its effects are even more pleasing than the power of divinity that can only give a peak demigod a chance to advance to the divine level. Better. Unconditionally. Wu Yan couldn't help but mock him. Indeed, it can increase the power of the possessed. However, it can also turn the possessed into a monster. From the looks of it, it can also affect the possessed's emotions. You call this unconditionally. Compared to the increase in power, what's the big deal about the body turning into a monster? The Beast King laughed mockingly. Let's talk about it later. Demonic beasts are monsters in your hearts as well. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. The Beast King was right. For humans, this was the case. Demonic beasts are monsters. However, compared to the monsters possessed by the black light, demonic beasts are more adorable. You reached the celestial rank by absorbing this so-called power of a false god. Yukari looked at the Beast King and finally spoke. Is this so-called power of a false god really that powerful? Could it allow someone who had just entered the demigod level to skip a level and directly advance to the divine level? 1 or 2 is naturally impossible. The Beast King laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with madness. But I absorbed hundreds of billions of rays of the power of a false god. I finally achieved this impossible miracle and became a celestial. Go. Wu Yan inhaled a breath of cold air. Hundreds of billions of rays of black light. To be more precise, it's all the power of a false god created by the 4 great gods. The Beast King did not hide his joy. You don't know this, but back then, as soon as the power of the false gods was created, the 4 gods used it on a group of people. As a result, those people all turned into monsters. Some of them even lost their minds and attacked their own people. When the 4 gods discovered this drawback, more than half of the people in the 3 forces established by the 3 gods, which are the 3 empires today, had already been devoured by the black light of the fake gods' power, turning them into complete monsters that only know how to kill. The 4 great gods realized that if this continued, let alone the 3 great empires, even the entire Spalier world would be harmed by the power of a false god. It would become a world of monsters. Therefore, the 4 great gods could only kill those who had become monsters. In order to prevent the power of a false god from harming the entire Spalier world, the 4 great gods chose to seal all the power of a false god into their own bodies. They used their own divine power to suppress the power of a false god. At this point, the Beast King's tone became regretful. In the end, the bodies of the 4 great gods were corroded by the false god's power, and their vitality was completely devoured. The god-level powerhouses who should have lived as long as heaven and earth died because of the disaster and ambition that they created. They used up their last bit of strength and turned their bodies into a seal, suppressing the false god's power in their bodies in a sealed place, and the place where the power of a false god was sealed is the behemoth forest. The Beast King spread his hands, as if he was very lucky. Very lucky. I found a small part of the power of a false god in the bodies of some of my kin who had turned into monsters. By absorbing the power of a false god, I was able to obtain this secret memory. From there, I found the place where the power of a false god was sealed. I absorbed all the power of a false god and became a celestial. Listening to the Beast King's loud shout, as if he was announcing his own birth to the entire world, Wu Yan and Yukari both fell silent. Wu Yan finally understood why the Ailu Empire's god left behind an image in the land of gods that said he was the cause of the calamity. He also understood why the god said he was lying to himself and the people around him. It was because the power of a false god that caused the disaster was created by the 4 great gods themselves. In other words, it was the 4 great gods who brought the disaster to the entire Spalier world. They were unwilling to accept the disappearance of the mythical armament, unwilling to accept the disappearance of the power of a celestial, unwilling to accept the fact that a celestial could never be born again, unwilling to accept the fact that they had fought until the end and gained nothing. In the end, the 4 great gods could only use their own lives to make up for the disaster they brought upon themselves. They also left behind a seed of disaster for their descendants. It was really sad. Yukari also seemed to be a little sad that the 4 great gods of the Spalier world had disappeared in this way. She shook her head. Since the 4 great gods used their lives to create the seal, why did the power of a false god break out of the seal? Although there is no record of this secret in history, the power of a false god did endanger the entire Spalier world. It almost caused the destruction of the entire Spalier world. Even if the 4 great gods tried to hide the truth, it was impossible for them to hide everything. The Beast King sneered. Back then, some of the survivors of the disaster tried their best to find the truth. Finally, they found a clue and found the location of the seal. They spent a lot of effort and energy to find a way to tear a hole in the seal. I don't know why, but Marcus managed to get his hands on this method. The Beast King laughed joyfully. What happened next, you should have guessed. Of course. With Marcus' sinister personality, he must have used this method to tear open the seal and obtain the power of a false god in order to take revenge on Wu Yan. As a result, the power of a false god leaked out and was obtained by the Beast King. The Beast King, who obtained this secret memory from the power of the false god, found the place where it was sealed. He completely shattered the seal that had been torn apart and absorbed all the power of the false god. With the endless power of the false god, he broke through the level of his own power. In the end, the Beast King became a god. To you, the power of the false god is a disaster, but to me, the power of the false god is the best tonic. The Beast King laughed out loud again. When magical beasts advance to demigod Beast King, they will shed their original body and take on human form. When they advance to deity Beast God, they will also get a chance to transform their body. Therefore, I abandoned the body that had absorbed the power of a false god and turned into a monster. It was not affected in the slightest. Now, I am no longer the Beast King of the past. The former king of beasts declared loudly. I am the new beast god of the Beast Clan. Chapter 1883. Beast God. That was a title only beasts who had ascended to the celestial rank. In the past, there had been a demigod beast king in the behemoth forest who had obtained the power of a god and broken through to become a beast god. However, because the beast god had ruled over the beasts to resist the human gods had joined forces to kill the beast god and beast king who had the power to rule over the beasts. Since then, the behemoth forest had never given birth to another beast king or beast god. It was only now that the beast king, a demigod, had been born. Now, this newly born beast king had become the new beast deity. In terms of numbers, we beasts outnumber the humans by leaps and bounds. In terms of strength, none of us beasts lose to the humans. Now, in terms of combat power, we have me. The Beast King's eyes burned with a cruel light. In front of me, who has become the beast god, even if all 5 of the human demigods were to stand in front of me, it would not take much effort to kill them. This world is destined to fall into my hands. The Beast King raised his eyes and looked at Wu Yan and Violet who were floating in front of him. He extended his hand to them. So, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Wu Yan and Violet were stunned. Together. Wu Yan looked at the Beast King in shock. Are you trying to recruit us? Don't doubt it. The Beast King's tone was neither sincere nor fake. It was completely calm. Both of you defeated me effortlessly. I can honestly say that among the 5 demigod rank powerhouses in the human world, not a single one of them could do that, but both of you did. No one knows your abilities better than I do. The Beast King's lips slowly curved into a smile. Of course, the most important thing is that neither of you are human, right? Hearing this, Wu Yan and Violet finally understood. The Beast King was recruiting them not because he cherished talent, but because they were not human. Other than the humans and beasts, they were the third force. And now that the Beast King was planning to wage an all-out war with the humans. In order to not increase the strength of the humans, the Beast King wanted to recruit them as a third force. One had to admit that the Beast King was not only very thoughtful, but also very rational. After all, Wu Yan and Violet had almost sent the Beast King to hell. Now, the Beast King chose to give up on revenge for the sake of the big picture, as expected of the King of the Beasts. However, the Beast King had obviously overlooked a problem. Violet aside, Wu Yan was not as magnanimous as the Beast King had imagined. Recruit. Wu Yan sighed and cast his cold eyes on the Beast King. You surrounded my capital of alternate generations with your magical beast army, and even brazenly attacked the barrier, almost injuring my people. Now, you actually want to recruit me. You also know that my magical beast army has surrounded your so-called capital of a different era. The Beast King's expression remained unchanged as he continued to extend his arm. Then, you should also know that if you refuse to stand on the same side as me, I won't mind letting them attack directly, right? Coercion and bribery. Wu Yan let out a sarcastic laugh. Unfortunately, I can't stand being threatened. The Beast King fell silent. I see. The Beast King retracted his arm and nodded. In that case, I don't need to keep you any longer. However, as soon as the Beast King finished his sentence and before he could make his next move, a pitch-black crack filled with eyeballs appeared behind him. Swish! Immediately afterwards, an extremely dense beam of black light shot out from the pitch-black cracks that were filled with eyeballs. It tore through the air and viciously struck the Beast King's back. The Beast King didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to attack in this situation and was momentarily sluggish. It was during this moment of sluggishness that the beam of black light shot out from the pitch-black crack filled with eyeballs and landed heavily on the Beast King's back. Boom! With a loud muffled sound, the huge impact exploded on the Beast King's back, causing it to let out a muffled groan. Light smoke rose from its back, and a trace of blood could be faintly seen dripping down from its back. Looking at this scene, the Beast Kings who were about to attack the capital of alternate generations at any time felt as though their roars were choked and stuck in their throats. On the other side, Wu Yan also didn't expect this development. He turned to Purple, who extended her paper fan toward the Beast King. Purple. That's right. The attack just now was launched by Purple on his own initiative. The Beast King slowly raised his head as wisps of smoke rose from his back. Drops of dark red blood dripped from his body as he stared fixedly at Z. His voice was extremely gloomy, as if it had come from the depths of the abyss. It seems like you're tired of living. Along with this sentence, a terrifying aura erupted from the Beast King's body. Violent murderous aura spread all of a sudden, shrouding the entire place and locking onto Purple. However, under the lock of the aura that even a peak demigod could not compare to, not only did Purple not reveal the slightest bit of panic, but she even smiled very happily. You're injured, and... A ruthless glint flashed in the Beast King's eyes. Do you think this little injury can do anything to me? No, I'm praising you. I used all my strength in that attack just now. Coupled with a sneak attack, you only suffered a little injury. As expected of someone who surpassed the peak of the demigod realm. Purple's gaze seemed to be able to see through all disguises and fixed on the Beast King. But I'm finally certain that you're definitely not a god-level expert, Beast King. When these words came out of Purple's mouth, all the sounds in the world disappeared. Not a god-level expert. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Violet said this, it wasn't impossible since Violet said so. Ha 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 ha. The Beast King's lips curled into a smile, and it grew bigger and bigger until it was so big that it made him laugh wildly. I thought you were going to say something. Is this all you want to say? That's right. In the face of the Beast King's terrifying laughter, Purple's expression was surprisingly calm. I'm thinking, if a god-level expert were to receive an all-out attack from me, would he be injured? The Beast King's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and his expression darkened. Just because I was injured by your attack, I'm not a god-level expert? You don't have to continue bluffing. Purple ignored the Beast King's gloomy expression, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. To tell you the truth, both Little Yen and I have an ability that allows us to sense the strength of others. The ability to sense the strength of others. Purple must be talking about the system's perception, right? This perception ability can determine a person's current strength in detail, and it can differentiate them by 10 levels per level. Purple met the Beast King's gaze. Level 0 to 9 is the first level, level 10 to 19 is the second level, level 20 to 29 is the third level, and so on. Level 80 to 89 is the ninth level, level 90 to 99 is the demigod realm, and level 100 is the demigod realm. But with this perception ability, your level is a series of question marks, and you don't even have a specific level. Don't you think that's strange? Purple raised the paper fan in his hand and pointed it at the Beast King. After all, if you were a divine level expert, then my sensory ability should have shown your level, which is level 100, but the result was a series of question marks. Then, you claimed that you were a divine level expert, so from then on, I started to suspect that you weren't a divine level expert. Hearing Purple's words, Wu Yan came to a realization. Isn't that right? Since the Beast King is a god-level expert, then the system's perception should show him a level of 100. Why is there a series of question marks? You said that the four gods used the fragments of the mythical armament to research and create a substitute for the power of the gods, which is the black light, the power of the false gods. Purple smiled confidently. So, I wondered if you're actually a false divine, surpassing the peak of demigod, but not a god-level expert. Chapter 1884. He surpassed the peak of demigod but failed to reach celestial rank. That's why he's a false god. That's why the system perception displayed a series of question marks. If the Beast King is really a fake god, then everything makes sense. The Beast King's expression turned uglier every time Violet mentioned her conjecture. When she mentioned the fake god, the Beast King's expression turned uglier. Yukari's smile widened when she saw the Beast King's ugly expression. Looks like I was right, Wu Yan smiled. How strong is a celestial rank? Currently, no one should be able to answer this question. However, the difference between the ranks was huge, and the higher the rank, the greater the difference between the ranks. As the pinnacle of level 100 god tier, it's easy to imagine how much stronger it is compared to a demigod. At the very least, Wu Yan doesn't think he and Yukari, who aren't even at the pinnacle of demigods, can challenge a pinnacle god tier. That's why Wu Yan decided to stall for time with Yukari. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others will retreat with the girls and Misaka sisters. He and Yukari will think of a way to escape. If the Beast King isn't a celestial rank but a false god, they might be able to find an opening and defeat the Beast King. It's a pity that Wu Yan's hopes are a little too high. The Beast King took a deep breath. His ugly expression slowly returned to normal. It didn't take long for him to return to his initial indifference. I have to say, Yakumo Yukari, you really are an outstanding fighter in all aspects. You're right, I haven't reached celestial rank yet. The Beast King said coldly. That's just a byproduct of coincidental research. Even if it can increase the user's power, it can't break through the limits of life and reach celestial rank. No matter how much I absorb, I can only surpass the peak of demigod rank. I can't reach celestial rank. In your words, I should be a false god. The Beast King sneered. But so what? Don't tell me that the two of you, who aren't even demigods, can defeat me, who has surpassed demigods. Impossible with just the two of us. Violet smiled calmly. What if it's not just the two of us? The Beast King was slightly taken aback. Wu Yan was also a little surprised that Violet would say such a thing. Could it be that there was another demigod on his side? Little Yen. Violet whispered to Wu Yan before the Beast King could say anything. Do you still remember the 5 gems I gave you when you summoned me? I went to the Behemoth Forest to investigate the power of the false gods. Wu Yan paused for a moment before he remembered. With a flip of his hand, 5 gems of different colors appeared in his palm. They were the gems that Violet gave to Wu Yan the day after he summoned her to the Spalier world. The next day, Violet went to the behemoth forest to investigate the ominous aura she sensed. She ended up encountering the power of the false gods. After explaining the situation to Violet, she tossed the gems to Wu Yan. At that time, Violet even told him that if he couldn't defeat his opponent in a fight, he could show off the gems. Perhaps, he could scare his opponent away. However, Violet's expression was too casual at that time. It was as if she didn't care about the gems at all. Wu Yan didn't see anything special about the gems and gradually forgot about them. Violet didn't bother explaining to Wu Yan. With a wave of her hand, the gems in Wu Yan's palm exploded into powder with a bang. Buzz! Just as the 5 different colored gems exploded into powder, 5 ripples of the same color as the gems spread out in the sky like a door. The door gradually solidified, like a reflection in a lake, swaying in an illusory manner. At a certain moment, with a crack, it opened at the same time like a real door. Then, 5 figures slowly descended from the 5 doors. They were an old man in a gray robe, a man in a white robe with a thunderbolt pattern on his chest, an old man in a black robe, a gorgeous woman, and a beautiful girl in a blue gauze dress. The 5 figures emerged from the doors in the sky and slowly descended. They didn't stop until they reached Violet's side and raised their heads. Looking at the 5 figures descending from the sky, the Beast King's face broke into a terrifying smile. Helpers! Wu Yan cried out in surprise. 3 guardian deities. Among the 5 people that appeared out of nowhere, there was an old man in a gray robe, a man in a white robe with a lightning emblem, and a beautiful woman. They were the 3 guardians of the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires, Jaren, Magnubi, and Linya. Not only Garen, Magnubi, and Linya, Wu Yan also had an impression of the old man in the black robe. One can imagine the shock on his face. Isn't he the owner of the magic crystal shop in the academy? This is the 4th demigod of Silveria, Mula. He met Wu Yanzi in the academy once before, the 4th demigod of Silveria. As for the beautiful girl, Wu Yan didn't recognize her, but he was also surprised. She looks like she's only 20 years old. She's just too young. This young girl is the 5th demigod in the Spalier world, Cynthia. At this moment, the 5 demigods in the Spalier world are gathered in one place. As soon as they appeared, apart from the young girl named Cynthia, the other 4 demigod rank powerhouses all turned their gazes towards the Beast King, their eyes releasing shocking anger and killing intent. You're the Beast King, right? Jarlin suppressed his anger as his voice echoed. You're the one who ordered the demonic beasts to attack my Ailu Empire? You're the one who caused my Ailu Empire to fall into an abyss of suffering? So the Ailu Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts. Magnubi clenched his fists, his voice was filled with anger. My Baruba Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts. Even the Imperial Palace has collapsed. It's not just the Ailu and Baruba empires. Linya's expression was cold. The Fea Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts. Even the Emperor is leading his men to fight. Is it you? Mula roared as a terrifying fighting chi burst out from his body. Are you the one who ordered the beasts to attack the Spalier World Academy and almost destroyed it? Cynthia wasn't as furious as the other 4 demigods, but her eyes were cold as she looked at the Beast King. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Beast King was neither afraid nor panicked in the face of the 5 demigods attacking him at the same time. Instead, he burst into unbridled laughter. 5 human demigod rank powerhouses, you've come at the right time. Saves me the trouble of finding you all personally and killing all of you. What did you say? Not to mention the 4 demigod rank experts, even Cynthia had a trace of anger on her face when she heard that. Dealing with 5 demigod rank powerhouses. Alone. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was spouting nonsense. However, Violet knew that the Beast King wasn't just boasting. "All of you better be careful," Violet said calmly. "He's no longer the Beast King who just entered demigod rank. He's now beyond peak demigod rank and has touched the divine rank. He's an unprecedented false god rank powerhouse." False god rank powerhouse. Even the 5 demigods hadn't heard of this term before. Of course, not knowing what a false god rank powerhouse was didn't mean that they didn't know what it meant to surpass peak demigod rank. The 5 demigods sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Surpass peak demigod rank. Cynthia looked at the Beast King in shock. He surpassed peak demigod rank. Impossible. Moolah exclaimed. He was just a demigod rank Beast King not long ago. How can he surpass peak demigod rank now? But Linya looked at the Beast King with a serious expression. His aura has indeed surpassed peak demigod rank. False god rank. Magnubi's face was filled with bewilderment. What rank is that? Does such a rank exist? Everyone in the Spalier world knew that beyond peak demigod rank was the divine rank. There was no such thing as a false god rank powerhouse. If the Beast King didn't use the power of a false god, the false god rank wouldn't have appeared. Therefore, the Beast King was the only one who had reached the false god realm since ancient times. It was no wonder that the 5 demigod powerhouses were so surprised and bewildered. It's a bit troublesome to explain it. I'll explain it to you later. Violet looked at the 5 demigods. The 5 of you, do you still remember our agreement? Of course. Jarlin nodded. That time in the Behemoth Forest, we promised that as long as you give us the black light, we'll do one thing for you as long as it's within our power. We'll use the gemstone that can summon us from a distance as proof. All right. Violet said loudly. Then the 5 of you, join forces with me to fight the Beast King. Hearing this, the 5 demigods nodded without hesitation. Fight the Beast King. Even without the agreement with Violet, the 5 demigods wouldn't let the Beast King go. R1152. Chapter 1885. Level 96, Level 95, Level 95, Mura, Level 94, Cynthia, Level 94. Wu Yan looked at the 5 demigods who were standing in a row against the Beast King. He exhaled a breath of hot air. Why was the boss of the magic crystal shop in the Spalier World Academy a demigod? How could a young girl who looked less than 20 years old be a demigod rank expert? Why did Yukari know these 5 demigods? Why would a special tool that could summon 5 demigod powerhouses be in Violet's hands, and through Violet's hands, it was given to him? Wu Yan had so many questions, but he couldn't ask them. It wasn't the right time. However, with the help of the 5 demigods from the Spalier world, Wu Yan's situation was much better. Yukari, who was hovering beside Wu Yan, lowered her voice and spoke again. Little Yen, you should have some kind of telepathy magic that can allow the 7 of us to communicate telepathically, right? Wu Yan paused for a moment. He nodded. It's not difficult to converse with one's mind, and it's quite simple to use. It doesn't even take much time. I can cast it now. Very good. Yukari raised her head and looked at the Beast King. Little Yen, help us to communicate telepathically. I have a plan. After a while, under the Beast King's gaze, Wu Yan turned around and landed in the capital of alternate generations. Seeing this, the Beast King frowned. The 5 demigods from the Spalier world didn't know that Wu Yan could use the power of a demigod. However, the Beast King knew. In the Beast King's opinion, the other party should have gathered the power of all the demigods to deal with him. With 7 demigods working together, the chances of winning would be much higher. If there was one less demigod, If that happened, their chances of winning would drop by a few percentage points. Now, why did you ask one of them to leave? While the Beast King frowned in confusion, Wu Yen stopped above the capital of a different era and didn't continue to descend. However, they didn't charge forward. Instead, they remained where they were, surveying the surrounding flying magical beasts. Seeing this, the Beast King understood. It turned out that those demigod powerhouses were worried that the surrounding magical beasts would suddenly launch a sneak attack while they were fighting, which would affect the battle. That was why they had one of them stay on guard at the side. Are you worried that I'll let the magical beasts around me attack you? The Beast King smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, I alone am enough to deal with all of you. Upon hearing the Beast King's words, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world didn't respond. Instead, they gazed at the Beast King coldly. Dense battle aura and magical powers rose from their bodies, stirring up turbulent winds that swept in all directions. The disdain on the Beast King's face intensified. Around him, twisted magical powers that were violent, cold, and filled with rich negative energy surged wildly like a rotten aura. Upon sensing the dark and powerful magical powers from the Beast King, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world grimaced. Then, they exchanged looks and nodded in unison. Swish! At the next moment, apart from Z, Linya, and Cynthia, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura transformed into razor-sharp arrows that shot toward the Beast King at their maximum speed. The Beast King swept a glance at the 3 demigod powerhouses from the corner of his eyes and let out a sneer. He extended his palm gradually and the dark magical powers around him gathered and coalesced into an enormous black blade. The Beast King suddenly opened his eyes as he gripped the black blade. A vicious look that only magical beasts would possess flashed through his eyes. Soon after, the black blade in the Beast King's hand turned into a black blur. With a sonic boom, it cut through the air like a black windmill. With the Beast King as the center, it viciously slashed through the surroundings. Almost at the same time, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura, who were charging towards the Beast King, suddenly sped up and rushed in front of the Beast King. However, before they could attack, they were met with a windmill slash. Immediately, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were shocked. The Beast King had actually seen through the trio's intention to speed up midway, and had taken the initiative to attack them. In this situation, it seemed as though Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were the ones who collided with the Beast King's attack. How could they not be astonished? But now wasn't the time to be astonished. Sensing the powerful wind coming towards them, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura hurriedly raised their hands. An ancient knight's sword appeared in Garen's hand, a pair of razor-sharp claws appeared in Magnubi's hand, and a pitch-black stick appeared in Mura's hand. The 3 unknown weapons stood before Garen, Magnubi, and Mura and welcomed the Beast King's attack. Clink! The black blade that the Beast King had turned into a black windmill swung in front of the Beast King. Wherever it passed, sparks flew in all directions like fireworks, and a crisp sound of collision rang out. Garen, Magnubi, and Mura felt a great, violent force coming from their weapons, which hurt their perlicus and almost knocked their weapons out of their hands. However, before Garen, Magnubi, and Mura could heave a sigh of relief, the Beast King sneered again. The black blade that he had just swung was pulled back according to the trajectory of the swing. Once again, the wind will spun in the opposite direction and slashed the weapons in Garen, Magnubi, and Mura's hands. Clang! Garen, Magnubi, and Mura groaned in pain as they were sent flying with their weapons at an even faster speed than when they came in. Buzz! Garen, Magnubi, and Mula were just sent flying. Before they were 3 meters away from the Orc King, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared between the Orc King and Garen, Magnubi, and Mula, who were sent flying. In the dark crevice, Z was like a loaded arrow. Demonic power that the Beast King could not identify surged around him. He flew out of the dark crevice and his body turned into a blurry shadow. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Beast King. This time, it was the Beast King's turn to be astonished. Alim, if the Beast King had predicted that Garen, Magnubi and Mura would speed up and rush to his front and launch an attack in advance, it would look like that Garen, Magnubi and Mura had bumped into him. Wasn't the current situation the same? Purple seemed to have predicted that the Beast King would send Garen, Magnubi, and Mura flying. Almost at the instant when Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were sent flying, she opened up a gap between the Beast King, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura. In the end, it was as though the Beast King had sent Garen, Magnubi, and Mura flying in order for Purple to appear here. Of course, even though he was astonished, the Beast King's expression turned cold at the sight of Purple dashing toward him. He brandished the black blade in his hand and couldn't retract it. All he could do was to raise his massive fist and clench it tightly. Twisting his elbow, the Beast King's dark mana rapidly gathered on his fist. Just like that, the Beast King viciously smashed his fist towards Violet, who was charging towards him at lightning speed. Z's expression didn't change. He suddenly stretched out his hand. Above his hand, a majestic demonic energy rapidly spread out and collided with the Beast King's fist. Boom! In the instant that a low muffled sound rang out, an inexplicable wave surged from Yukari's hand, disintegrating the chi and dark magic on the Beast King's fist. Such a familiar, domineering, and almost unreasonable method of disintegrating without the Beast King's consent reminded him of this move that made him suffer greatly in the past. That was the realm of being and non-being. You're indeed full of strange tricks. The power of your realm is really strong. Yakumo Z, I'm looking forward to seeing more of you. The Beast King snorted. However, such a small trick is no longer of much practical use to the current me. Show me what you're really capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark magic surging on the Beast King's body suddenly twisted and formed a black fog. It descended and enveloped Violet's body. Chapter 1886. Whoosh! The black fog that suddenly descended from the sky caused Z to be slightly surprised. She lifted her head, and soon after, the thick black fog was like a gust of wind that rapidly magnified in Z's gem-like eyes. The black mist carried an extremely gloomy aura, and the curse-like power made Violet, who was used to seeing all kinds of powers, frown. She staggered, tapped her foot, and retreated like a bolt of lightning. Swish! However, just as Purple's figure turned, the thick black fog was like a sharp arrow that instantly flashed and arrived before him. Seeing that the black fog that contained a dark aura was about to hit Purple like a tide, Purple's face turned solemn. He forcefully pointed the paper fan in his hand forward, and a crack suddenly appeared in front of Purple. It stood in front of Purple like a shield. The black mist containing a gloomy aura rushed into the gap without slowing down. It was unknown where it was transferred to, but it disappeared in front of Violet's eyes. However, the solemn expression on Violet's face didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became more intense. That was because Violet clearly felt it. Amidst an extremely soft sound of something breaking through the air, a figure silently appeared behind her. Didn't I tell you? Staring at Violet's slender and tall figure, the Beast King raised one of his hands. Above his palm, a poisonous black mist condensed and covered the Beast King's palm. Show me what you're capable of. As these words were spoken, Yizichen's eyes lit up. The Beast King's palm, which was shrouded in black mist, viciously smashed towards Z's back. Looking at the violent vibrations in the air, even if it was Z, he would definitely be gravely injured by such an attack. Swish! Just as the Beast King's palm, which was covered in black fog, was about to smash down on Violet, a faint sound of impact suddenly rang out. Buzz! Purple, whose back was facing the Beast King, suddenly trembled slightly. His figure actually trembled after this tremble. After the trembling, her figure became illusory. Boom! The Beast King's violent blow landed solidly on Violet's back. However, this blow was like hitting a rock. It penetrated Violet's body without a single drop of blood. Then, his body was like a shattered piece of glass. Slowly, it shattered. Moreover, there were still ice shards falling from the sky. That figure was just a block of ice. Ice? The Beast King was slightly startled. Then, as if sensing something, he forcefully turned his head to look behind him. There, a beautiful girl in a blue gauze dress was holding up a staff that was blooming with rich magic power, and an icy blue mist was surging around her. Cynthia. That piece of ice was made by Cynthia. That girl may be very young, but she has a very unique magic, a cold voice echoed in front of the Beast King. As long as she can create ice, that girl can teleport the ice she creates to any place in an instant. If necessary, she can even swap places with other things, even if that thing is a human. The moment he finished speaking, a burly figure appeared in front of the Beast King. Taking a closer look, this burly figure had rushed out from the gap that Violet had left behind to divert the black fog. Roar! Then, a huge beast shadow appeared behind the burly figure. Its entire body was wrapped in lightning, and it roared towards the sky. It was a beast battle technique unique to the Baruba Empire. As for Magnubi's beast battle skill, it was even more special. It was a beast battle skill that contained the power of lightning. Magnubi rushed to the front of the Beast King and bent one of his hands into the shape of a claw. The claw-like armament in his hand surged with a majestic aura. Magnubi fiercely swung the claw and compressed the air in front of him into a ball, blasting the Beast King. Boom! Amidst the low muffled explosion, the ripples of air waves rapidly spread out, causing the space to tremble slightly. However, such a violent attack did not directly land on the Beast King. Instead, it smashed into a bone wall that had appeared in front of the Beast King out of nowhere and smashed the bone wall into pieces. Playing tricks all you want. Behind the bone wall, the Beast King shook his palm abruptly. In an instant, black fog surged out and transformed into 3 arm-thick black snakes. They circled around the bone wall and darted out abruptly. Their hideous mouths snarled silently, filling the air with a foul stench. The black snake instantly shot forward and circled around the bone wall. It rushed towards Magnubi, who had clawed at the bone wall, from the top, left, and right, and surrounded him. Magnubi's expression became incomparably solemn when he sensed the faint dark demonic energy being transmitted from the 3 black snakes. He slowly spread out his claws and violently swung them at the black snakes that were shooting over. Roar! As Magnubi swung his claws, the beast's shadow behind Magnubi roared violently. It raised its huge claws and crushed the space in front of it as if it was squeezing it into a ball, then smashed it down heavily. Boom! Just as he passed by, the 3 black snakes that were circling around him were immediately crushed into a cloud of black mist under this earth-shattering claw, just like the space around him. Buzz! At the same time, after Magnubi dealt with the 3 black snakes, the space around the Beast King trembled abruptly. 2 gaps split open and spat out 2 figures as though something was being spat out. Hiya! Garen and Mura darted to the sides of the Beast King like loaded bullets. They brandished their simple, unadorned knight sword and pitch-black long stick in a crescent arc and smashed at the Beast King's head. Humph! Facing the merciless attack, the Beast King snorted in disdain. With a move of his palm, a surge of black mist gushed out from his body. After a wave of rolling, it actually condensed into a sticky barrier around the Beast King like a swamp. Boom! Garen's slash and Mura's blunt blow smashed into the thick, viscous protective barrier in a deep explosion. Two ripples spread across the pitch-black, viscous protective barrier. The two armaments that were considered top-notch even among gold-grade armaments contained a terrifying force. The knight's sword and staff smashed a dent into the viscous black barrier. However, they were unable to break through this layer of defense. They stopped half a meter away from the Beast King's head. The strength and combat aura of the two armaments were completely dissolved by the mysterious power of the viscous barrier. Boom! Immediately after, the viscous barrier that had two dents on it fiercely bounced back and knocked away the armaments in Garland and Moira's hands. Roar! As if it had been planned, when Jarlin and Moira were sent flying, Magnubi bypassed the bone wall with his beast's shadow. He flashed into the arms of the Beast King and waved his sharp claws. Streaks of claw shadows appeared and smashed towards the chest of the Beast King with violent electric arcs. Facing this attack, the Beast King remained disdainful, but he didn't completely ignore it. Got to say, the strength of lightning was indeed a kind of strength that contained righteousness and had a certain restraining effect on some evil beings. Coincidentally, the pseudo-god strength in the Beast King's body was one of such evil beings. Therefore, the Beast King couldn't ignore the claws that were wrapped in electric arcs. Bone armor. Immediately after, the dark magic power around the Beast Monarch surged like lightning. As the black chi surged, the Beast Monarch's body also trembled, and a suit of armor completely made of bones was formed around the Beast Monarch's body. Clang, clang, clang. The claw shadows that carried traces of electric arcs all smashed onto the thick and heavy bone armor. Waves of metal clashing sounds reverberated in the air like vibrating ripples. The defensive power of the bone armor was obviously very strong as well. Under Magnubi's full power and storm-like attacks, there wasn't even the slightest crack on it. Of course, there wasn't a single crack on the bone armor. However, even though the bone armor had absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force from Magnubi's claws still forced the Beast King back. As a result, everyone could see that the Beast King's body was pushed back by the force exerted by Magnubi's claw attack. Clang, clang, clang. On the other hand, Magnubi continued to drive the Do-Chi in his body. Along with the huge beast's shadow, he continuously swung his claws, causing the clear sound of metal clashing to reverberate in the sky. Chapter 1887. Clang. Another claw attack that contained the power of thunder and lightning smashed heavily on the Beast King's bone armor. Gotcha! Finally, after blocking an unknown number of claws, the Beast King's bone armor finally cracked with a crisp cracking sound. A huge crack appeared on the surface of the armor. Originally, the Beast King had only used this bone armor because he thought that his power of the pseudo-god would be slightly restrained by the power of the lightning. However, one must not forget that the lightning power contained in Magnubi's beast battle skill was just a bonus. After all, it was a beast battle skill that was famous for its strength. After receiving so many attacks, even if the Beast King was a pseudo-god who had surpassed the peak of the demigod stage, it was impossible for his bone armor to not shatter. Judging from this situation, the bone armor would shatter completely after another 2 or 3 claw attacks. But it was a pity that even if Magnubi was aware of this, as the creator of the bone armor, the Beast King would definitely be aware of it. Boom! Before Magnubi could rejoice over the cracking of the bone armor, a surge of dense, dark magical power erupted from the Beast King's body. The dark magical power erupted like a violent storm and instantly transformed into a substantial impact that forced Magnubi back a few steps. Go to hell! Before Magnubi could react, the Beast King's deep and cold voice rang in his ears. His body was sent flying backward, and before he could react, the Beast King's cold voice rang in his ears. The instant the Beast King's voice sounded, Magnubi sensed it too. Above his head, a terrifying force was forming. Magnubi immediately lifted his head and looked above him. When he saw the scene above him clearly, his expression changed. Not far above Magnubi's head, a a huge bone spear that was as long as 10 meters and as thick as a pillar appeared abruptly. Amidst the chaotic hissing sound in the air, it landed heavily on the ground. Wind of dissolution. Just as the huge bone spear descended from the sky and was about to land on Magnubi's body, a clear and delicate shout rang out. Swish! A sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed abruptly, accompanied by a violent, sharp tornado that swept across the sky. It shot into the sky. It crashed heavily into the huge bone spear that was descending from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The surging wind spread out like an impact, and the huge bone spear was directly entangled by the sharp tornado. Then, as if it had melted, it was broken down into magic residue and dissipated into the air. The Beast King was slightly taken aback when he saw that his attack was so easily neutralized. Then, he saw it. Next to Cynthia, who had been holding her staff, Linya was also floating in the air. She was also holding a staff in her hand. Not only was the staff wrapped in magic power, but there were also traces of golden wind swirling around it. Dissolving wind. Only the direct descendants of the Fey Empire's royal family could learn this inherited magic. It had the effect of nullifying all energy attacks, including the bone spear made of magic. In order to deal with this move, one had to attack with pure physical strength. Otherwise, no matter if it was combat aura, magic power, or battle techniques and spells made of combat aura and magic power, they would all be melted. Back then, Prince Kaya of the Fey Empire used this move against Wu Yan in the academy. Got to say, this was indeed a magical spell. If Linya cast it, even the Beast King's attack would be nullified. Of course, Cynthia had a spell that could move ice to any position and even exchange it with others. Linya had a spell that could dissolve any energy attacks. Magnubi also had a beast battle technique that contained the power of lightning. The other two demigod stage beings also had equally powerful trump cards. However, compared to Cynthia, Linya, and Magnubi, Garen and Mura's trump cards didn't have any magical effects. They only had pure offensive strength. Raging Wave Sword Dance. Black Flame Duel. Two silhouettes suddenly flashed to the sides of the Beast King. The knight's sword and the long staff in their hands were wrapped in a dense fog of fighting aura. In the blink of an eye, the knight's sword in Jarlan's hand was surrounded by rolling combat chi. The combat chi combined with the sword's body and turned into a powerful sword mark. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards the Beast King. At the same time, the staff burned with pitch-black flames that made it look even darker. Mura hurled the staff and it streaked across the air toward the Beast King. In the face of such a powerful sneak attack, the Beast King's face also showed traces of anger. Its body trembled, and an overwhelming amount of black fog immediately surged out from its body. It was like a pool of sewage, covering the Beast King's body. The sword marks and pitch-black staff penetrated the black mist around the Beast King like a hot knife through butter. The power contained in the sword marks caused the black mist to fluctuate violently like layers of clouds. Not bad. The Beast King let out a sneer. But not good enough. The black mist surging from the Beast King's body immediately boiled like boiling water. It suddenly expanded, causing the sword marks and pitch-black fire sticks that were about to pass through the black mist and shoot towards the Beast King's body to be locked in place. They directly froze and solidified within the black mist. Jaren and Mula's expressions changed drastically when they saw that their most powerful attack was easily neutralized by the Beast King. However, Garen and Mura weren't even in the peak demigod stage. The gap between them and the Beast King, who had entered the pseudo-god stage, was too huge. Swish! Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a wild gust of wind was emitted from the black fog while Jaren and Mu'la's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the edge of the black fog surged and directly charged out. It heavily collided with Jaren and Mullah, who were unable to dodge in time. Boom! Humph! Jarlin and Mullah let out a muffled groan as their bodies were sent flying backward at the same time. Die! The Beast King didn't show any mercy at all. Ignoring the fact that Jaren and Mura were still flying backward, he formed two pitch-black bone spears with his dark magic power and shot them toward Jaren and Mura. The bone spears were terrifyingly fast. Garen and Mura had just been struck and they could only watch helplessly as the bone spears flew toward them. Wind of Dissolution. Heavenly Chill. At this moment, two similarly cold and crisp cries resounded. As the two bone spears were about to hit Garen and Mura, a rotating tornado and a faint, invisible impact swept across from afar. One of the tornadoes wrapped around the bone spear that was launched at Garen while the other struck Mura. Chee! Then, in the sound of something being corroded, the bone spear that was wrapped around by the tornado melted instantly. On the other hand, Mura, who was struck by the invisible impact, vanished and was replaced by a huge block of dry ice. Boom! The remaining bone spear directly smashed the huge dry ice into pieces, exploding into ice shards that filled the sky. On the other hand, Mura appeared beside the Beast King abruptly. She disregarded the pain in her body and grabbed one of the Beast King's hands. Caught you! Hearing this, the Beast King did not have time to react. Garland, who had stopped his flying backwards, dashed to the other side of the Beast King and reached out his hand, grabbing the other hand of the Beast King tightly. I caught you too. You're asking for it. The Beast King was infuriated. Just as he was about to deal a heavy blow to Garen and Mura, another burly figure appeared behind him along with an enormous beast shadow. It was none other than Magnubi. Roar! The beast shadow behind Magnubi roared as it directly stretched out its two huge palms and tightly grasped the Beast King, Jarlin and Mura in its illusory palms. Under the restraint of the beast shadow, the Beast King who couldn't move his hands earlier couldn't even move his body anymore. At this moment, the corners of Magnubi's mouth curled up. I caught you too, human. The Beast King finally revealed an unconcealable rage and murderous aura. The dark magical powers around him surged. At the same time, the familiar, mysterious tornado descended from the sky, passed through the Beast Shadow's palm, and drilled into it like a viscous liquid, covering the Beast King's body. Chee! In an instant, the dark magical powers around the Beast King dissolved entirely. Chapter 1888. TSK. TSK. Amidst the sizzling noises, the magic power on the Beast King's body was completely melted by the wind of dissolution and dissipated into nothingness. In order to deal with the wind of dissolution, one had to resist it with pure physical strength. However, the Beast King's body was also restrained by Garen, Mura, and Magnubi. In other words, in this state, the Beast King could not move at all, and there was nothing he could do. However, the Beast King wasn't worried at all. Comparing physical strength. Magical beasts were stronger than humans, not to mention the Beast King. Even if he was bound by Garen, Mula, and Magnubi, he would definitely be able to break free if he put in some effort. When that happened, the Beast King could also dissolve the wind of dissolution on him. Garen, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi's joint restraint only brought some trouble to the Beast King and wasn't a threat to him at all. At this thought, the Beast King forgot about it. Garen, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi weren't the only ones present. In the distance, Linya nodded to Cynthia as she watched the Beast King's hands being tightly grabbed by Garen and Mula. His body was also bound by Magnubi's beast shadow and surrounded by a tornado that was dissolving magic power. Cynthia responded instantly and raised her staff. At the next moment, everyone on the scene, including the Beast King, was replaced by blocks of ice and vanished from the scene. The Beast King felt his vision blurring. When his vision recovered, the scene that appeared before him left him dumbfounded. This was a platform at the edge of the capital of alternate generations. Above the platform stood an ancient tree that was 10 meters tall and had an extremely thick canopy that covered the entire platform. It emanated an aura of vicissitudes and emanated a gentle, green radiance all over its body. If the guardians of the Emperor Island were here, they would definitely be astonished to see this ancient tree. This was because apart from its size, this ancient tree was identical to the guardian tree on the Emperor Island. Not only that, but its aura, energy waves, and appearance were also exactly the same. It was none other than the sapling of the guardian divine tree that Wu Yan had brought back from the land of God. Next to the guardian tree's sapling, Wu Yan placed his hand on it and injected traces of mana into it. Seeing Wu Yan here, the Beast King's expression changed slightly. Wasn't Wu Yan on guard against his magical beast army? Why was he here? Of course, there wasn't enough time to answer the Beast King's question. Under the infusion of Wu Yan's mana, the guardian tree's sapling kept blooming with a soft green light. The green light distorted the space in front of the guardian tree's sapling and tore it apart, forming a huge spatial vortex. Looking at the spatial vortex, the Beast King was shocked. Opening up space. Yes. The sapling of the guardian tree itself had the ability to open up space. And now, Wu Yan was using this ability of the guardian tree to open up a huge space. However, as the guardian tree was still young and not as powerful as the guardian tree on the Emperor Island, it could only open up a small space the size of a room. However, this space was more than enough for him. Ha! Magnubi yelled. The beast figure behind him roared and lifted the Beast King's hand above its head. Then, it threw the Beast King forcefully into the huge space opened up by the guardian tree sapling. Immediately, the Beast King, Jarlin, and Mura were thrown into the space vortex in front of the sapling as if they were pebbles. Subconsciously, the Beast King had an ominous premonition, which made him want to get away from the space vortex. However, before the Beast King could move, Jaren and Mura, who were holding the Beast King tightly, suddenly kicked the Beast King's back heavily as if they had planned it beforehand. Boom! To the Beast King, this kick was no different from not being kicked at all. It did not cause any damage to the Beast King. However, the Beast King was kicked into the spatial whirlpool, while Garen and Mura used the Beast King's back as a springboard to jump out of the spatial whirlpool. Linya and Cynthia yelled at Wu Yan when they saw Jaren and Mula jumping out of the vortex. Now! Wu Yan loosened his grip on the guardian tree's sapling without hesitation. Buzz! After the supply of mana was cut off, the sapling of the guardian divine tree trembled, and the gentle green light that it was emitting gradually dimmed. At the same time, the spatial vortex that had been opened up gradually closed. The Beast King finally understood what was going on. You're trying to lock me up in this huge space. The Beast King sneered. Do you think that a tiny space can trap me? After saying that, the Beast King raised his fist, intending to shatter the space. It wasn't difficult for the Beast King to do so with his current strength. The instant the Beast King raised his fist, Wu Yan's indifferent voice sounded in his ears from outside the spatial vortex. Of course a tiny space can't trap you. But not only do we want to lock you up, but we also want to seal you up. As soon as he said that, a power that didn't belong to the Beast King's body started to take effect. Buzz! With the sound of space trembling, the Beast King's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, causing the Beast King's fist to stop in its tracks. Then, 5 translucent, crystal-like beads the size of a palm flew out from the Beast King's body. They emitted a strong light as they circled around the Beast King, circling it. What's that? The Beast King's pupils shrunk. Why are these things on me? Ha! Perhaps in response to the Beast King's words, the radiance emanating from the 5 translucent beads intensified until it fluctuated all of a sudden. Clink. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, 5 translucent white chains suddenly shot out from the 5 translucent beads at an extremely fast speed, so fast that even the Beast King could not react in time. In addition to the fact that the distance between them was extremely close, the 5 translucent white chains suddenly wound around the Beast King's body, then contracted and tightly bound the Beast King. No! They didn't just bind him. The Beast King could clearly feel that when the 5 chains bound him, the power of the false god in his body was like an extinguished flame, like stagnant water that had lost its vitality. There was no way for it to circulate anymore. Impossible. The Beast King couldn't help but yell. How can there be something in this world that can completely silence the pseudo-god powers? Nothing is impossible. Outside the space vortex, Wu Yan smiled. That's because the 5 beads were created by the 4 gods to deal with the so-called power of the fake gods. They were left for us to seal the power of the fake gods again. Impossible. The Beast King yelled again. Ordinary means can't seal the pseudo-god powers at all. Otherwise, the 4 gods wouldn't have had to use their own bodies to seal the pseudo-god powers. In the end, they turned their bodies into seals to suppress the pseudo-god powers. You're right. The pseudo-god powers can't be sealed by ordinary means. Violet walked out of a crack in the air and came to Wu Yan's side. She raised her eyes and looked at the Beast King. When I first heard that these 5 beads could seal the power of the false god, I had my suspicions. But now, it seems that these 5 beads can indeed suppress the power of the false god. So, I guess that these 5 beads should be made from the fragments of the mythical armament. After hearing Violet's explanation, the Beast King understood. The mythical armament was a divine object that could create the power of divinity on its own. It could also store the power of divinity. Therefore, if these 5 beads were made from the fragments of the mythical armament, it would not be strange for them to be able to suppress the power of false gods. It was precisely because of these tools that the Beast King could miraculously do what he thought was impossible. Realizing this, the Beast King finally understood something. He glared at Wu Yan, Violet, and the 5 demigods of the spalier world outside the space vortex and roared for the first time since he appeared. You tricked me. R1152. Chapter 1889. A scheme. That's right. This was a scheme. From the looks of it, only the Beast King, who had obtained this secret memory from the pseudo-god's power, knew the secrets of the pseudo-god's power. However, back then, the 4 deities had also realized that the seal they had formed with their bodies could be broken. Therefore, they had formulated a precautionary measure before they died. In order to prevent the false god's power from turning the spalier world into a world of monsters, the 4 gods could only seal the false god's power in their bodies. Then, before their life force was completely devoured by the false god's power, they used all their strength to make 5 pearls from the fragments of the mythical armament. These 5 pearls made from the fragments of the mythical armament had the effect of sealing the false god's power. The 4 gods gave these pearls to Ailu, who locked them in the Ring of Power. He also left the key to unlock the Ring of Power, the sapling of the guardian tree, in the land of gods, leaving a clue for future generations. Then, together with the other 3 gods, he sealed the false god's power in his body in the behemoth forest. Wu Yan and the others didn't know this secret, but since they already knew that the false god's power was the so-called disaster, they naturally knew that the 5 pearls they got from the Ring of Power were tools that could deal with the false god's power. That was why Amethyst thought of this. She asked Wu Yan to open the telepathic dialogue and ask Garen for the 5 pearls in the Ring of Power. During the telepathic dialogue, Garen, who had the 5 pearls, was honest. After his research, the 5 pearls seemed to have some kind of sealing effect. After knowing this, Amethyst asked about the abilities of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world, and before the battle with the Beast King, she formulated this plan. First, she asked Wu Yan to retreat to the side. She pretended to be on guard against the Beast King's army, and then let Amethyst and the 5 gods of the Spalier world restrain the Beast King. To distract the Beast King. When that happened, Wu Yan would have to seize the opportunity when the Beast King's attention was diverted to quietly retreat from the battlefield with the few pieces of ice that Cynthia had secretly created and head to the Guardian Tree's sapling. Using the sapling of the Guardian Divine Tree, he opened up a sealed space. The rest was up to Yukari and the 5 gods of the Spalier world. They had to think of a way to capture the Beast King and restrain it. Cynthia would then use her unique Heavenly Frost magic to switch everyone's positions with the ice that Wu Yan had created. At that time, things would be much simpler. After locking the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree sapling, the sealing effect of the 5 beads was triggered. The 5 beads were specially made to seal the power of the false god. Once they sensed the power of the false god in the Beast King's body, they would activate the seal. Previously, there were 5 beads that were specially used to seal the power of false gods. The Beast King's power of the false god would no longer be able to be used. Even if the Beast King's body was filled with the power of the false god and could still move, there was still the space created by the Guardian Tree. Without the power of the false god, the Beast King would not be able to escape. In other words, the Beast King had fallen into Amethyst's trap from the very beginning. Speak. The Beast King growled angrily at Amethyst, who was outside the space vortex. How did you transfer these 5 beads to me? If Amethyst had transferred something that did not belong to the Beast King to the Beast King should have noticed it. Besides, when did Amethyst transfer the 5 beads to the Beast King's body? That's right. Even the Beast King himself did not know. From the beginning. Amethyst saw through the Beast King's thoughts, and there was a flash of wisdom in her eyes. Have you forgotten? When we first fought, I had direct physical contact with you. Indeed. Not long after the battle began, Amethyst rushed to the Beast King and exchanged blows with him. At that time, Amethyst used the realm of being and non-being to neutralize the Beast King's attack and transferred the 5 beads to the Beast King's body. Why didn't I notice it? The Beast King couldn't believe his eyes. It's so obvious. There's no way I didn't notice it. You won't notice it. Amethyst blurted out. I buried the 5 beads in your body. Impossible. The Beast King wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. If that's the case, there's no way I didn't notice it. Who wouldn't notice that there were 5 extra beads in his body? At the very least, he should have noticed something was amiss, right? Despite knowing this, Amethyst still smiled leisurely. No, you won't notice it. I buried them in your back. Back? The Beast King was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. The Beast King remembered. Before the battle began, Violet had sneakily attacked him and injured his back. It wasn't a big deal for the Beast King, but the pain was unbearable. Did Amethyst use the pain from the injury on his back to bury the 5 beads in his back? Did she use the pain to cover up the feeling of the beads being buried in his body? But at that time, the 5 gods of the Spalier world hadn't shown up yet. Amethyst didn't know that the 5 beads that the gods left behind to deal with the cataclysm were the 5 beads that could seal the power of the gods. In other words, there were only 2 possibilities for Amethyst to take advantage of the injury. 1. Amethyst only thought of using the injury on the Beast King's back after knowing everything. 2. Amethyst didn't know the effects of the beads, but she knew about their existence. For the sake of her plan, she ambushed the Beast King and left the injury. In other words, Amethyst didn't know the specific effects of the 5 beads, but she was planning to use the items left behind by the gods to deal with the cataclysm. That was why she ambushed the Beast King. If it was the former, it proved that Amethyst was very good at strategizing. But if it was the latter, Amethyst sensed the Beast King's trembling, as if she wanted to stab him in the back. A faint smile appeared on her face. "There's no need to doubt me. I've been planning to summon the 5 demigods to help me and use the items left behind by the gods to deal with you. That's why I left that injury on your back." The Beast King's heart turned cold. Amethyst's ability to plot to such an extent was beyond that of a normal person. Only a monster could do that. The Beast King didn't know that Amethyst was a monster, a real monster. She was also a sage of monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Her intelligence had long turned into that of a monster. The Beast King could only blame himself for seeing Amethyst's strength but not her intelligence. As a result, even if the Beast King had the power of a demigod, he still fell into Amethyst's trap. "Do you think you can seal me like this?" the Beast King roared. "I won't let you get away with it." As the furious roar rang out, the veins on the Beast King's forehead bulged in the distorted space. It struggled madly as a violent energy erupted like a volcano. It squirmed wildly and surged out of the Beast King's body, rushing in all directions. Under the effect of that terrifying power, the spatial vortex that was about to close trembled, as if it was being expanded. Even the white chains on the Beast King's body began to emit cracking sounds, as if they could not bear the weight of the pressure. Even Wu Yan and Amethyst's expressions changed when they saw this, let alone the 5 demigods from the Spalier world. He still has this kind of power. Under the pressure of the 5 pearls, the Beast King couldn't use his power of a demigod. Coupled with the suppression of the space vortex created by the guardian tree's sapling, the Beast King felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. But even so, the Beast King still had some strength left. Not only did he manage to open the entrance of the sealed space, but even the white chains that had the effect of sealing the power of the false god were trembling along with the body of the bead, as if they could break free at any time. It was only now that everyone realized what was going on. The Beast King hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle. So what if these 5 pearls conceal the demigod's power? The Beast King's low roar echoed throughout the space vortex. "My demigod's power alone might not be able to escape the seal of these 5 pearls, but did the 4 demigods expect me to absorb all the demigod's power? With me as the vessel for the demigod's power, it won't be easy to seal me as long as I have the strength to do so." Chapter 1890. Hum. 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 As the Beast King struggled violently, an invisible force kept attacking the space created by the guardian tree's sapling. The space created by the guardian tree's sapling trembled, and the spatial vortex at the entrance kept expanding. Everyone finally realized what was going on. The item left behind by the 4 gods was indeed used to seal the pseudo-god's power. Although it had the ability to suppress the pseudo-god's power, the pseudo-god's power wasn't just moving around. It already had a carrier. For example, it was like an item that could dispel spirits and souls. This item naturally had these effects, but the human body had souls to begin with. Could it be that this item could dispel the spirits and souls of people who were still alive? By the same logic, the pseudo-god's power was now like a soul that had a body. With a carrier, the effect was obviously much weaker. This was also the reason why Wu Yan didn't call for Canon to purify the pseudo-god's power when facing the Beast King. With Canon's omnipotent purification ability, she could purify the pseudo-god's power in a matter of minutes. However, the pseudo-god's power already had the Beast King as its carrier. Even Canon couldn't use her purification ability on the Beast King's body. Of course, these weren't the most important reasons. The most important reason was that the Beast King's power was beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, it made sense if one thought about it. Even Fengjian Fragrance, a super powerhouse who hadn't reached demigod pinnacle, could use pure strength to disperse the realm's power. How could the Beast King, who had surpassed demigod pinnacle and reached the pseudo-god realm, be affected by Violet's realm's power? Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Fengjian delicate fragrance was invincible in close combat, but the Beast King was the strongest among the magical beasts. Naturally, its physical ability was not bad, and its close combat ability was also the same. If it wanted to deal with the current Beast King, it would be difficult. If he could defeat the Beast King now, it would be easy. The Beast King could only blame himself for not expecting to fall into Violet's trap. In the end, Violet and the 5 demigods from the Spalier world found a flaw in his plan. Now, the Beast King's pseudo-god's power was suppressed, and his strength was reduced by at least 70%. However, if he used his full strength, he was actually able to shake the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. To even be able to shake the seal, it had to be said that the Beast King's strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone could imagine. If the Beast King were to break out of its seal, what kind of disaster would it bring? Facing the enraged Beast King, even if there were 7 demigods present, they were still no match for the Beast King. Once all the demigods were wiped out by the Beast King, the Spalier world would truly become a world of demonic beasts. Humans would also become demonic beasts' food. This was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. You want to break the seal? Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi seemed to have reached a consensus. They flashed and stood at the 5 corners of the turbulent space, surrounding the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree. You should be the one who won't succeed. As the 5 demigods from the Spalier world spoke, Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi who had surrounded the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree took out an armament each. Compared to the armaments used by Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi in the battle against the Orc King, the 5 armaments looked much more profound. In Jaren's hand was a huge sword with a twisted blade. The blade wasn't sharp, and the hilt was extremely dim. It looked like a twisted ruler was pieced together with the hilt. It had a very strange shape. In Linya's hand was a strange root-shaped object that looked like a stick. It was extremely slender, but there was a pearl inlaid at the tip. It looked like a magic staff. In Mula's hand was a black stick that resembled a pillar and seemed as though it would shatter at any moment. It was as big as a smaller pillar. In Magnubi's hand was a pair of gauntlets that seemed to have been chopped off from a wild beast. Even though there wasn't any blood, the gauntlets were covered in fur. As for Cynthia's hand, it was a piece of ice. It was translucent and sharp like a spike. There was a glittering ice crystal at the tip. The 5 armaments were strangely shaped, their uses were unknown, and one could barely tell what type of weapon they were. However, the moment they appeared, they exuded an ancient, profound, mysterious, and powerful aura. Shockingly, they were all legendary armaments. 5 legendary armaments. Holding the 5 oddly shaped legendary armors, Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi simultaneously poured all of their warrior power and magic power into the armors, as if they didn't cost any money. Buzz! At the next moment, a majestic, turbulent wave surged from the 5 armaments, forming a colorful light curtain above the distorted space vortex that enveloped the entire space vortex. Boom! The violent energy from the Beast King collided with the light screen. Both sides shook violently, and ripples of energy that could kill a Type 8 powerhouse spread out. Finally, they turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions, smashing onto the platform and slowly dissipating. Under the impact of the Beast King's strength, the surface of the light curtain rippled like water waves. It seemed as though it was about to crumble, but it didn't turn into nothingness. In an instant, it reached a stalemate with the Beast King's strength and reached a balance. The Beast King, who was trapped in the space opened up by the guardian tree's sapling, felt as if his body was being pressed down by dozens of mountains. He sank heavily, and the white chains around his body also stabilized with the help of this force. In other words, the Beast King was truly confined in the space opened up by the guardian tree's sapling. Despicable humans. The Beast King was furious. You actually used the strength of external objects to strengthen the seal. That's right. Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Magnubi had used the strength of the 5 legendary armaments to strengthen the seal on the Beast King and the space opened up by the guardian tree's sapling. External objects. A mocking smile appeared on Cynthia's face. Her body was surging with icy blue magic power, and she was holding a legendary weapon that was inlaid with ice crystals. Didn't you also use the strength of external objects to reach the pseudo-god realm that no one can reach? Do you think you can seal me like this? The Beast King's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He sneered. Right now, the 5 of you can't move at all in order to strengthen the seal in space. I still have thousands of my kind outside. When they rush in, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yen sneered as if to strike a blow to the Beast King. What do you think Violet has been doing after burying the 5 beads in your body? Hearing this, the Beast King felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Roar! 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 On the other hand, the countless flying beasts in the sky above the capital of alternate generations snarled furiously as soon as they witnessed the scene of the Beast King being captured by the 5 demigod stage powerhouses of the Spalier world and being replaced by 5 blocks of ice. Roar! 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 Driven by rage, every flying demon bellowed. Even the demons outside the capital of otherworlds that could not fly and were surrounding the empty ground were spurred on, bellowing in rage, their frenzied beastly cries echoing across the skies. Without the slightest hesitation, all the beasts were on the move. The beasts in the sky descended from the sky like sharp arrows, swooping down toward the capital of alternate generations from all directions. The beasts on the ground were like cannonballs that broke through bamboo, charging toward the capital of alternate generations with great momentum. In an instant, the sky roared and the ground trembled. One by one, the beasts rushed toward the fragile city, intending to flatten it. And yet, just as the magical beasts were about to charge into the capital of alternate generations, all of them vanished amidst a formless ripple as if they had sunk into water. Chapter 1891. If someone were to look down from the sky above the capital of otherworldly beings, they would be greeted with an unbelievable sight. The flying magical beasts that blanketed the skies like bees swooped down at the speed of arrows released from bowstrings. Finally, when they reached a certain spot in the capital of an alternate era, they immediately stirred up a circle of ripples as if they were diving into water, before vanishing without a trace. The dense horde of magical beasts that resembled ants also charged forward at the speed of bullets. When they reached the sturdy walls of the capital of a different generation, the walls were like a lake, swallowing the magical beasts one by one and stirring up circles of ripples. In that very instant, the entire capital of alternate generations, be it its surroundings or its peak, rippled violently as if a torrential downpour had hit the surface of a lake. It only stopped after a while. When the ripples in the capital of otherworldly beings subsided, the monsters that surrounded the capital of otherworldly beings and were on standby on the ground, as well as the flying monsters with the ability to fly, had all disappeared from the spot. Of course, saying that they disappeared from the spot might be a little inaccurate. It should be said that the monsters that intended to charge into the capital of otherworldly beings had disappeared from this world. What's going on? The Beast King's expression changed. Where is my army of monsters? Locked up. Locked up for the time being. Zirao smiled meaningfully. Locked up in an illusory world. An illusory world. Or rather, it should be said that the magical beasts were all trapped in the realm of illusion and reality. After burying the 5 orbs into the Beast King's body, Violet found an opportunity to quietly leave the scene. Otherwise, there would be no need for Wu Yan to bring the ice that Cynthia created to the Guardian Tree's sapling. After the 5 demigods of the Spalier world captured the Beast King, Cynthia would cast her unique teleportation spell to bring the Beast King and everyone else to the Guardian Tree's sapling. If Violet was here, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. All she needed to do was open a gap, and she could easily bring the Beast King and the 5 demigods of the Spalier world to the sapling. The reason why Cynthia was needed was because Violet had her own matters to attend to. It was something that should have been done by Wu Yan. Around the capital of alternate generations, Violet used her ability to control her realm. He unleashed the realm of illusion and reality. It created an illusory world. Just like the 2 sides of a mirror, Amethyst created a capital of a different era within the mirror. Therefore, the magical beasts that intended to charge into the capital of alternate generations had to reach the boundary between illusion and reality. They were all sucked into another illusory capital of a different era. Now, these magical beasts should be in the otherworldly capital inside the mirror. In order to find the Beast King, they were wantonly destroying everything, right? It seemed like the one who was truly wary of the magical beast army brought by the Beast King was not Wu Yan. It was Violet. From the beginning to the end, Violet had planned everything out. Before the battle even began, when she left a wound on the Beast King's back, she had already planned it all out. It was a pity that the Beast King, who had finally entered the realm of false divinity and become the strongest expert in the world, had fallen into Violet's trap before he had the chance to show off his true strength. He was completely suppressed by Violet. In the space vortex, the Beast King, who was surrounded by 5 pearls and bound by white chains, lowered his head and took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the endless anger and murderous intent in his heart. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. This time, it's my loss. Yakumo Violet, you do have something that I can't compare to. I admit defeat. When he raised his head again, the Beast King's face was as cold as ice. However, don't think that you have one just like this. Even if you can seal me for a while, you definitely won't be able to seal me forever. Now, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world had used legendary armaments to seal the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. In other words, once the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were not strong enough and the Beast King seized the opportunity, then the Beast King would be able to break out of the seal. In other words, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were trapped on this small platform together with the Beast King, and there was no way for them to leave. The only difference was that one side was trapped in a cage, while the other side was guarding outside the cage. Could the 5 demigods of the Spalier world be able to seal the Beast King forever? The answer was, of course, no. As long as the Beast King could catch his breath and suppress the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, then the Beast King would be able to break out of the seal. On the other hand, when the 5 demigods of the Spalier world exhausted their strength, fighting aura, and magic power, the Beast King would also be able to break out of the seal. This period of time would definitely not be too long. When the Beast King reappeared in this world, then it would be time for the Spalier world to welcome a true disaster. Wu Yan, Violet, and the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were all very clear on this point. Therefore, not only did they not feel relieved after suppressing the Beast King, but they also felt a little heavy. On the other side, the Beast King slowly withdrew his power as if he had given up. He was like an ordinary person, and the aura of his whole body was withdrawn. However, everyone understood that the Beast King didn't give up. Instead, he wanted to accumulate enough strength to break through the seal of the 5 demigods of Silveria and break the time limit of the seal. Without the Beast King's power, the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling began to slowly close. The space vortex also began to shrink. Everyone silently watched as the Beast King's figure gradually disappeared into the space vortex that was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, the Beast King left everyone present with an unchanging cold smile. Since you all made me fall today, I'll give you a kind reminder. Don't think that without me, the demonic beasts will stop attacking the Spalier world. Hearing this, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were shocked. What does this mean? Each of the 3 empires of Silveria has a guardian deity behind them. Knowing this, do you think I would come here with peace of mind and allow my army of beasts to invade the 3 empires? What do you think I'm relying on to do so? The Beast King sneered. Let me tell you, there is a Beast King in each of the 3 armies of demonic beasts attacking the 3 empires. Whoa! Everyone's mind went blank. Beast King. There are Beast Kings among the demonic beasts. And there are 3 of them. Don't doubt it. Seeing the sudden change in everyone's expression, the Beast King finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are 3 peak 9th level demonic beasts in my beast clan. These 3 peak 9th level demonic beasts have received the power of the false gods that I have bestowed upon them. With their leadership, my army of demonic beasts will not give up on attacking the Spalier world. Originally, I had prepared these 3 Beast Kings to deal with the demigods of the 3 empires. But now, all of you are here, and in order to seal me, you can no longer retreat. The Beast King's voice was filled with joy. What do you think will happen to the 3 empires that have lost their 3 guardians under the attack of 3 Beast Kings? What will happen? Does it even need to be said? In the face of a demigod, if there were no other demigods, no matter how many demigods there were in the 3 empires, they would be nothing but fodder. In the end, the 3 empires will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. I would like to see how the Spalier world will resist my army of demonic beasts after losing all 5 of their demigods. The Beast King slowly closed his eyes. I hope that when I reappear, the Spalier world will still be the world of humans. After leaving this sentence, the Beast King's voice completely disappeared into the closed space vortex. What was left was a small, transparent vortex that was covered by the 5 demigods of the Spalier world. It was slowly rotating, and there was a stifling silence. Chapter 1892. 7 pairs of eyes focused on the transparent whirlpool in front of the guardian tree's sapling, which was surrounded by a light screen, and remained silent for a long time. Although it looked like the transparent whirlpool was only rotating slowly, and there was nothing strange about it, everyone present knew that if they were not careful, a demon king would come out of the whirlpool. This was definitely not a joke. What was even more serious was the words left behind by the demon king when he fell into a short slumber. 3 demigod beast kings. There were 3 demigod beast kings in the magical beast army that was attacking the 3 empires in the Spalier world. Originally, the beast kings had the ability to command the magical beasts that were below the demigod level. It was because of this ability that the 3 empires paid so much attention to the birth of the beast kings, and the magical beasts broke their own rules and ran out of their habitats. Without the orders of the beast kings, the magical beasts with low intelligence and territorial awareness would never run out of the behemoth forest and enter the human world. Not only that, the magical beasts lived in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was not uncommon for high-level magical beasts to treat low-level magical beasts as food, and low-level magical beasts to treat high-level magical beasts as their natural enemies. Under such circumstances, in a situation where there was food and natural enemies around them, they would not be able to survive. How could the magical beasts still unite and attack the humans? It was like putting a lion and a rabbit together. Both of them were animals, so who could make them attack the humans together? If there was such a situation, it would be the rabbit running away to avoid the lion, and the lion chasing after the rabbit to eat it. It would be impossible for the 2 to work together to hunt down the humans. However, the Beast Kings were able to do this. Therefore, if the Beast Kings were to be sealed here, they would lose their commander. The magical beasts would once again return to their normal state. They would not attack the three empires again. However, there were still 3 Beast Kings in the magical beast army. If what the Beast King said was true, then, with the 3 Beast Kings as their commander, even if the Beast Kings were to be sealed here, the magical beasts would still attack the 3 empires. The 3 guardian gods of the 3 empires had to stay here to maintain the seal of the Beast Kings. The situation was really urgent. Compared to the magical beasts, the humans were weaker than the magical beasts. They were already weaker in both numbers and power. Now that they had lost their guardian deity, the 3 great empires would definitely not be able to defeat the magical beast army, which had 3 Beast Kings. Therefore, the 3 guardian gods, Garen, Lena, and Magnubi, were already anxious. Miss Z. At that moment, the 3 guardian deities all looked at Z as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. They spoke somewhat anxiously. What should we do now? The 3 of you, please calm down first. Cynthia tried to calm them down. Although the 5 of us can't leave, we still have Miss Z on our side. With Miss Z's strength, those 3 demigod-level magical beasts who borrowed the power of the pseudo-gods won't be able to cause any trouble. That's right. Even if there were 3 new Beast Kings among the magical beasts, these 3 Beast Kings had only just entered the demigod rank. For Z, who had already walked a long way in the demigod rank and had the power to control the realm, even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Z. If Violet were to attack them one by one, these demigod-level demonic beasts that relied on the power of pseudo-gods to advance wouldn't be a match for her. If Z were to take action, the problem would not be too big. Unfortunately, Z shook her head with a bitter smile. No. Just like you, I can't leave this place. Garen, Lena, and Magnubi became even more anxious when they heard this. Why? Don't forget that the power of the 5 of you, the seal, and the guardian tree's sapling has formed a balance with the Beast Kings. That's why the Beast Kings can't escape. The one who answered the 3 guardian gods was not Z. It was Wu Yan who smiled bitterly as well. Under such circumstances, it only takes one small magical beast to break in and affect you. The balance will be broken. By then, the Beast Kings will break the seal and the Spalier world will fall even faster. Unlike the realm of illusion and reality in Fantasy Village, the realm of illusion and reality that covered the entire capital of a different era was much higher in level. The realm of illusion and reality in the Fantasy Village was just to position the Fantasy Village as an illusory world to attract the monsters. It was just like a door that could lure the monsters. On the other hand, the realm of illusion and reality, that covered the capital of a different era positioned the capital of a different era as a real world. Violet had personally created an illusory world to imprison the magical beast army. One was creating a door, the other was creating a world. It was obvious which was more difficult and burdensome. Therefore, unlike the Fantasy Village, Z could not leave this place as long as she maintained the realm of illusion and reality. Otherwise, the illusory world she created would definitely fall apart. At that time, the terrifying magical beast army would launch an attack on the capital of alternate generations and attack the 5 demigod-level experts with their lives on the line. The 5 demigod-level experts who were unable to free themselves to protect themselves would become living targets. Once they were attacked, the balance would be broken. The Beast Kings would break the seal and return. Furthermore, they did not know if other magical beasts would attack again. In order to prevent the Beast Kings from breaking the seal, Z had to stay in the capital of alternate generations and maintain the realm of illusion and reality. Similarly, she could not leave. In other words, it was not just the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world. Even Z could not leave this place to deal with the 3 half-baked beast kings. Understanding this point, the hearts of the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world instantly sank. If the beast kings were sealed, the 3 empires would still be attacked by magical beasts. If the beast kings were not sealed, the Spalier world would still be destroyed. Wasn't this unsolvable? Of course, it was not unsolvable. The 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world were indeed unable to leave, and Z also had to stay in the capital of alternate generations. However, Wu Yen did not have such restrictions. With the Red Jade mode, Wu Yen could obtain the same level of power as Z at any time. How could he not be able to deal with the 3 half-baked beast kings who had reached the demigod level through external means? It was just that the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world did not know this, which was why they were so gloomy. Thinking of this, Wu Yen sighed softly and took a step forward. Just as he was about to explain his ability to the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world, Z suddenly spoke. Everyone, please rest assured. The 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world were startled at the same time, then their faces lit up with joy. Miss C. Mura, who was the most impatient of them all, spoke impatiently. Do you have any way to deal with the 3 beast kings and save the 3 empires? Garen, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi also looked at Z expectantly. Z did not disappoint the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world. Z's gem-like eyes flashed with wisdom as if she had thought of something and nodded. Not only do I have to deal with the 3 beast kings and save the 3 empires of the Spalier world, I also have a way to deal with the beast kings who have reached the demigod level. This time, not to mention the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world, even Wu Yen was pleasantly surprised. Everyone understood that even if the 3 beast kings and the demonic beast armies' attack on the human world were dealt with, the real problem was not solved. This was because the beast kings who had reached the demigod level were the real threat. As long as the beast kings broke out of their seal, no one would be their match. At that time, the Spalier world would still be faced with a great disaster. However, the beast kings breaking out of their seal was something that could not be avoided. If Z really had a way to deal with the beast kings who had reached the demigod level, then the real problem would be solved. Z looked at the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world and said solemnly, however, we still need time to deal with them. So, I hope you can buy as much time as you can. Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world looked at each other and said in a determined tone in unison. Please rest assured, Miss Z. We will do our best. Only then did Z smile in relief. Chapter 1893. From the moment the Beast King led his army of demonic beasts to the capital of otherworldly beings, to the moment the 5 demigods of the Spalier world sealed the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree sapling, only 30 minutes had passed. In a short 30 minutes, the densely packed locust-like magical beasts that had surrounded the capital of a different era were all gone. At the very least, they no longer appeared in this world, giving off a feeling that everything that happened just now was just an illusion. However, the Beast King destroyed the barrier around the capital of otherworldly beings, and the strange ripples that came from the platform at the edge of the capital of otherworldly beings told everyone that everything that happened just now was a false alarm. The Misaka sisters that were gathered by Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and Lulu have returned to their respective residences. However, they didn't continue with their peaceful daily lives. Even though he had escaped unscathed, being surrounded by a semi-divinity stage Beast King and a horde of demonic beasts, he had only managed to shatter a barrier, and none of the buildings were damaged in the slightest. That was an extremely fortunate thing. However, they were lucky enough to encounter such a thing once, but would they be as lucky a second time? At the very least, for the Misaka sisters who were more rational than emotional, they would rather rely on themselves than place their hopes on an illusory fortune. Thus, after returning to their own residence, the group of Misaka sisters all chose some clothes that were more suitable for battle as if they had agreed beforehand. They also brought some weapons along with them. Of course, these weapons weren't armaments or machine guns like the ones the Misaka sisters used in the Magic Catalog world. They were the display device that Wu Yen brought back from the date battle. I have to admit that the Misaka sisters are pretty good. From the time Wu Yen brought back the display device and distributed it to the Misaka sisters, it has only been about a month in the Spalier world. In this short period of time, the Misaka sisters learned how to use the display device. Therefore, at present, in the capital of alternate generations, people could see people wearing swimsuit-style tights and equipped with some large weapons on every part of their body. They were armed to the teeth and looked identical as they flew around the sky under the propulsion of propellers, appearing to be on high alert. Moreover, the Misaka sisters were in contact with each other through the Misaka network. They didn't need wireless communication to communicate with each other. It would take less than a second for them to communicate with each other. Since the Misaka sisters were in charge of guarding the capital of otherworldly beings, they should be reliable. With Yukari's realm of illusion and reality, she could trap all hostile demonic beasts into her illusory world. Behind her, there were 20,000 Misaka sisters equipped with the most advanced display device guarding the capital of otherworldly beings. The capital of otherworldly beings was even sturdier than a fortress. There was no need to worry about its safety. Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria returned to the Heart of Generations with Lulu after assigning them the task of guarding the Guardian Tree's sapling to the Misaka sisters so they could report back to the Misaka sisters at any time. Everyone was either standing or sitting in the main hall. They listened to Wu Yan's explanation, including the truth behind the fall of the demigods, the birth of the demigods, the seal of the beast kings and so on. The girls finally understood the urgency of the situation. Demigod Beast Kings. 3 newly born demigod beast kings. They split up and attacked the demonic beasts of the 3 empires. Mikoto bit her thumbnail. I didn't think things would get this bad. Now, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world can't leave the Beast King's seal. Yukari must stay here as well. The only one who can deal with the 3 demigod beast kings is Yen, right? Chuju turned to Wu Yen with a questioning gaze. Then, Yen, what do you plan to do? Originally, I wanted to take care of the 3 demigod beast kings myself. Wu Yen looked confused. But before I could say anything, Yukari interrupted me. She said she has a plan. Yukari. The group of girls was startled. They turned to look at the purple-robed man who was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking about. Yukari. Astria couldn't help but ask. Do you really have a plan? Of course I do, and it's very simple. Yukari maintained a frown as if she was thinking about something. She didn't seem to care about Astria's question, but she answered without hesitation. I'm afraid we don't have enough time. What's the plan? Mikoto couldn't wait to ask. Do you need our help? No. No need. I don't need anyone's help. Yukari said calmly. It should be said that no one is able to help. Yukari, don't keep us in suspense. Chuju shook her head. Hurry up and tell us this simple plan that requires time. I'm not keeping you in suspense. You all know the method, you just didn't realize it. Yukari sighed and looked at Wu Yen. Actually, as long as little Yen becomes a celestial, everything will be solved. Even Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were stunned speechless when they heard the words Yen Xiaoyan became a god-tier master, let alone Lulu who was still in the dark and didn't know what kind of power these people possessed. Indeed, as long as Wu Yen becomes a celestial, everything will be solved. No matter how strong the Beast King was, he was still just a false god, and the other three Beast Kings that relied on the power of false gods to climb to the demigod level were just dabblers. They definitely wouldn't be as strong as people who had advanced to the demigod level through normal means, and they weren't worth mentioning in front of a true god-level expert. However, is it that easy to become a celestial? Yukari. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Do you think it's that easy? That's why I said we need time. Z put away the paper fan in her hand with a paw sound and smiled faintly. Fortunately, we still have the advantage in terms of time. Before Wu Yen and the girls could say anything, Yukari said to Wu Yen, "Little Yen. For the next period of time, you don't have to care about anything else. Your only mission now is to complete the demigod path mission to the end and increase the effect of the item that can promote you to the peak of the demigod level." Everyone except Astria and Lulu understood what Yukari was trying to say. Yukari wants Wu Yen to buy time so he can complete the demigod path mission as soon as possible. Every time Yukari completes the demigod path mission, the item that can help the user to reach the pinnacle of demigod rank will receive a huge upgrade. As long as Yukari continues to complete the mission, it will only be a matter of time before the user reaches the pinnacle of demigod rank. The system also has a unique mythical armament that can be exchanged for. It allows the user to absorb divine energy and obtain a chance to reach the celestial rank. In other words, as long as Wu Yen can complete the demigod path quest, he can obtain the item that can raise the user to the pinnacle of demigod. Then, he can exchange it for a mythical armament from the system. That way, Wu Yen will have a chance to reach god tier. When the time comes, not even the Beast King of demigods will be able to do anything to Wu Yen. Wu Yen will defeat the Beast King and save the entire Spalier world. Fortunately, 1 day in the Spalier world is equivalent to 100 days in other worlds. This is our advantage. Yukari looked straight at Wu Yen. If you can reach the celestial rank before the Beast King breaks the seal, then we win. If you can't, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing Purple's words, both those who understood the reason and those who were still in a daze fell silent. If Yukari can reach the celestial rank before the Beast King breaks the seal, then we win. If Yukari can't make it in time, then everyone will be killed by the Beast King. Including everyone in the Spalier world. R1152. Chapter 1894. Behemoth Forest, capital of alternate generations. In the sky, the Misaka sisters, who were equipped with personal display devices for combat, were on high alert as they flew. On the streets, the Misaka sisters, who were armed with heavy weapons, formed groups of 2s and 3s as they patrolled the area. In the houses, many of the Misaka sisters were like snipers, hiding in ambush between the buildings. They used binoculars and sniper rifles to observe their surroundings. On top of the city walls, the Misaka sisters stood guard like sentinels. They looked identical and had the same expression. Their delicate faces were devoid of any emotions. This was the current situation in the capital of alternate generations. The leisure they had in the past was gone. In order to bring back this leisure, the Misaka sisters had put down their daily desires and worked hard to eliminate the dissidents, hoping to find what they wanted with their own hands. Since hard work was necessary, the Misaka sisters would not be stingy with their efforts. After all, this time, the Misaka sisters were no longer risking their lives for a groundless experiment. Instead, they were working hard to take back the life they wanted. Therefore, there was no need to be stingy with their efforts. Walking down the street, Wu Yen looked at this scene and he couldn't help but sigh. The Misaka sisters were still expressionless and did not say anything. However, because they did not say anything, Wu Yen understood that the Misaka sisters were working hard. It can't be helped, in the past, if Wu Yen appeared on the streets, even if he wasn't surrounded by a large number of sisters, he would still be greeted with question marks. However, at this moment, the Misaka sisters ignored him and continued with their work. Was this not enough to show how serious the Misaka sisters were about this? Honestly speaking, after seeing this scene, Wu Yan was gratified. He also felt heartache. He was gratified that the Misaka sisters were starting to understand how to protect what they wanted and were working hard for it. As for heartache, it was because the Misaka sisters were really unfortunate. It was not easy for them to live the life they wanted, but in the end, he still welcomed the day when someone broke it. And all of this, it was all because Wu Yan was not strong enough. If Wu Yan had already become an ultimate god-level expert, then he would have been a god-level expert. That way, the Misaka sisters' lives would not be disrupted, and the Beast King would not be able to do anything to him. Violet did not need to be confined to this place, and the girls would not become worried and distressed. In the end, it was all because of the lack of strength. What Z said was right. As long as he could become a divine-level expert, then everything would be easily solved. Regardless of whether it was the Beast King, who had reached the false god realm and was regarded as a demon king, or the magical beast army that was attacking the entire Spalier world, they would all become clowns. In the future, no one would dare to cause trouble in the capital of alternate generations and break the life that everyone yearned for. Because from then on, everyone would know that there was an invincible divine-level expert in this foreign city that outsiders could not enter. In addition, the problem of the fantasy paradise could also be solved because Wu Yan had become a divine-level expert. Therefore, Wu Yan clearly knew one fact. Only by becoming a divine-level expert could he ensure everyone's happiness and protect every girl in this city. In fact, Wu Yan had known this fact since the beginning. It was also because of this that he had been rushing between the various instance dungeons to increase his strength. However, compared to now, in the past, Wu Yan had never yearned for it as much as he did now. He yearned to become an ultimate expert. Only then could he protect everything. Therefore, he had to reach divine level. After making this decision in his heart, Wu Yan quickened his pace and walked forward. Violet had said that the Beast King could break out of the seal at any time. However, even Violet could not predict the exact time it would break out of the seal. Therefore, Wu Yan had to complete his demigod path mission as soon as possible and fight for every minute and second. The sooner he became a divine-level expert, the more insurance he would have. Because of this, Violet did not even intend to let Wu Yan deal with the matter of the 3 Beast Kings. Instead, she claimed that she would leave the matter of the 3 Beast Kings to her. Wu Yan only needed to focus on completing the demigod path mission. For this reason, Wu Yan wanted to refute with all his might. Now, the 5 demigod experts of the Spalier world were unable to leave the sealing platform. Violet also had no way to leave the capital of alternate generations. Apart from Wu Yan, the rest who could unleash the power of the demigod level could not make a move. Since that was the case, if even Wu Yan left, who would deal with the 3 Beast Kings? Of course, he wanted to refute, but this reason was not enough to convince Violet. After all, compared to the 3 Beast Kings, the Beast Kings with the power of the demigod level were the real threat. If he were to waste too much time dealing with the 3 Beast Kings, what would he do if the semi-divinity realm Beast Kings were to break out of their seals? At that time, even if the 3 Beast Kings were dealt with, no one would be able to deal with the Beast Kings at the demigod level. The humans of the Spalier world would still be wiped out. Therefore, no matter what, Wu Yan could not waste time dealing with the 3 Beast Kings. Completing the demigod path mission as soon as possible was the most important thing. It was also because he understood this point that although Wu Yan wanted to refute, he did not say anything. Instead, he agreed. However, before he raced against time, Wu Yan still wanted to check out the situation on the platform. After passing through the streets that seemed to have been transported from different eras, and passing by the buildings that were out of place, yet strangely dreamy, Wu Yan came to the edge of the capital of a different era and came to the platform where the sapling of the guardian tree was planted. On the platform, the sapling of the guardian tree was still emitting a weak, gentle green light and a ripple of vicissitudes of life. In front of the sapling of the guardian tree, a transparent space vortex that was only the size of a palm was rotating slowly. The vortex was surrounded by a layer of colorful light curtain, as if a circle of rainbow had been added to the vortex. It looked very beautiful. But although it was beautiful, once this beauty was disturbed, it would become the most hideous and dangerous thing in the world. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi surrounded it in the middle and stood straight as if they were the guards of a prison. Because of this beautiful scene that could become the most dangerous thing at any time, Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi surrounded it and stood straight like the guards of a prison. With a closer look, one could see streams of warrior power and magic power slowly rising from the bodies of Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi. The streams of warrior power and magic power were being injected into the weirdly shaped legendary weapons in their hands. The 5 legendary armaments were emitting a soft glow, and ripples that could not be seen by the naked eye reverberated on the rotating space vortex. Gradually, the ripples turned into streaks of colorful light and injected into the light curtain that covered the space vortex, maintaining it. With the enhancement of Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi with their legendary armaments, as well as the seal left by the gods and the power of the sapling of the guardian tree, the Beast King was barely sealed in the space vortex. If this balance was broken, the Beast King would break out of the seal. In order to break the seal, the Beast King was secretly accumulating his power. On the other hand, Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi were constantly consuming their power in order to strengthen the seal and the space vortex. It was only a matter of time before the Beast King broke out of the seal. It was not unreasonable for Purple to be so eager for Wu Yan to complete the mission of the demigod path and become a god-level master. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wu Yan also knew that he did not have much time left. He quickly collected his emotions and walked towards the platform. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi were focused on controlling their power so that they wouldn't waste any of it. They tried to prolong their energy depletion by using this method. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi noticed someone approaching them. They turned towards the direction of the footsteps. When they saw that the footsteps belonged to Wu Yan, the vigilance in their eyes disappeared. Seeing this, Wu Yan could not help but admire Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi. They did not know what Purple's plan was, but they still did their best. The 5 demigod masters of the Spalier world were indeed worthy of respect. Chapter 1895. Gazing at the figure walking towards them, Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi didn't realize until this moment that he was walking towards them. This young man who looked like he was in his 20s had already reached the peak of the 9th stage. A peak of the 9th stage in his 20s. Was there ever such a young peak of the 9th stage in the history of the Spalier world? Of course, only Cynthia, who had never met Wu Yan, had this thought. Garen, Linya, and Maganubi were even more shocked. After all, they had only met Wu Yan once on the Emperor Island. However, Wu Yan had only just reached the 9th stage and had only reached the intermediate 9th stage after coming out of the place of god spirits. How long had it been since he came back from the Emperor Island? Was it a month? It didn't seem so. Was it possible for someone to reach the peak of the 9th stage from the intermediate 9th stage in less than a month? If it really did exist, wouldn't the patriarch of the Guardian clan have to find a thick wall and kill himself? After all, the patriarch of the Guardian clan had been at the peak of the 9th stage for many years and had entered the place of god spirits countless times before finally obtaining the opportunity to rise to the peak of the 9th stage in the last trip to the place of god spirits. It wasn't easy for them to obtain this opportunity, and now it was easily surpassed by this young man who was only at the intermediate 9th stage less than a month ago. How could they not be shocked? As for Mura, he had already started to doubt his own eyes. As a demigod who had been hiding in the Spalier world, Mura clearly remembered that Wu Yan was only at the peak of the 7th stage when he came to buy magic crystals from his crappy magic crystal shop. Counting from then until now, was there even half a year in between? It didn't seem to be the same. Was it possible for a person to reach the peak of the 9th stage from the peak of the 7th stage in half a year? No matter who asked this question, there was only one answer: impossible. But now, the impossible was right before Mura's eyes. Mura did not doubt his eyes at all. He even wondered if he was dreaming. In this silent situation, Wu Yan walked up to the platform, the 5 demigods, and the palm-sized spatial vortex. Just as he was about to greet them, the 5 demigod powerhouses looked at him strangely, curiously, shockingly, or in disbelief. He was confused. What's wrong? After hearing Wu Yan's voice, only then did the 5 demigod experts come back to their senses. They looked at each other and laughed bitterly in unison. Brat, how did you cultivate? Mura said in his unique hoarse voice. He couldn't help but ask. How did he improve so quickly? Fast. Wu Yan paused for a second before he understood what Mura meant. He shook his head and glanced at Cynthia. Is this really fast? Sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the 5 demigod experts understood why Wu Yan said that. If she's young, then isn't Cynthia younger than Wu Yan? If Cynthia, who was younger than Wu Yan, could reach the demigod rank, then was Wu Yan's peak of the 9th stage considered fast? That was what Wu Yan wanted to express. The 5 demigod experts laughed when they understood what Wu Yan meant. I'm different from you. Cynthia didn't take her demigod rank identity seriously at all. Just like an ordinary girl, she playfully blinked her eyes. I didn't rely on my own cultivation to reach this stage, so you can't compare with me. You didn't cultivate by yourself. Wu Yan paused for a second. What do you mean by that? It's not strange that you don't know. Only us old fellows and the 3 princes of the 3 empires know about this. Jarlin explained. I'm sure you know why the royal families of the 3 empires are always guaranteed to have a demigod as their guardian god, right? It's because of the existence of the land of gods. Wu Yan answered directly. Because there are many opportunities in the land of gods that can transform people, the royal families of the 3 empires are always guaranteed to have a guardian god protecting the 3 empires, right? That's right. Magnubi nodded heavily. But other than the 3 empires, there is another faction in the Spalier world, or rather, a tribe that has their own method of ensuring the birth of a demigod. Tribe? Wu Yan gasped. Ha! There was a faction in the Spalier world that could guarantee the birth of a demigod. Since there was such a faction, why hadn't he heard of it? It's not that I haven't heard of it, but I can't even if I wanted to. Linya shook her head. She seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's surprise. That's because, to put it nicely, there are only about 20 people in this clan. It's already a little difficult to form a clan, let alone form a force. That's why it's been hidden all this time and not known to outsiders. Then, Wu Yan turned to Cynthia. Then, Miss Cynthia, are you from that tribe? I am the saintess of the Iceland tribe. Cynthia didn't intend to hide it and smiled politely. The Iceland tribe is a tribe that lives on an island. A long time ago, a demigod was born in our tribe. Now, we call him the Divine Ancestor. The Iceland tribe was overjoyed at the birth of the Divine Ancestor. However, the Divine Ancestor was only able to become a demigod due to luck. By the time the Divine Ancestor became a demigod, his lifespan was already nearing its end. He would pass away soon. Cynthia seemed to have a lot of yearning for the divine ancestor. Her playful tone turned respectful. In order to prevent the demigod power that he had spent his entire life to successfully break through to become a demigod by chance, the divine ancestor did everything he could to create an inheritance method before his lifespan ran out. Based on the special bloodline of the Iceland clan, he could pass on all of his power to his descendants. This inheritance method could only be used by the Iceland clan with the purest bloodline in order to obtain the divine ancestor's demigod power. The Iceland tribe calls the person who obtains the divine ancestor's power the Saintess. I am the current Saintess of the Iceland tribe. Cynthia looked directly at Wu Yen and said in a playful tone. Even though I managed to obtain the power of the divine ancestor through the inheritance and become a demigod, the power that I possess right now is the power of the divine ancestor. I didn't cultivate it myself, so I can't compare to you. Boy, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. If anyone could use the inheritance method that could give all the power of the predecessors, the three empires wouldn't need to enter the land of deities. They might as well learn this secret method. Mura shouted rudely. Although this inheritance method can be used by anyone who has the bloodline of the Iceland clan, it can only be used by super geniuses who have reached the 8th step at the age of 17. In the entire Iceland clan, there have only been 3 such geniuses who have obtained the divine ancestor's power and become demigod rank powerhouses. This girl is one of them. If you think that her talent isn't good enough, then be careful of the Iceland clan's people. Wu Yen was shocked. Reaching tier 8 at the age of 17. Even the famous genius Princess Sylph couldn't do that. In the entire Spalier World Academy, there wasn't a single genius who could reach tier 8 at the age of 17, let alone Sylph. In the history of the Spalier world, the number of geniuses with such talent can be counted on one hand. If even Sylph, the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, couldn't do it, then no one else could. However, Cynthia did it. Cynthia, the Saintess of the Iceland tribe, is the most talented genius in the entire Spalier world. Wu Yan, who had such a thought, completely forgot about it. Cynthia took more than 10 years to reach tier 8. Wu Yan, on the other hand, took less than 3 months to reach tier 8 from a normal human. Although the system definitely contributed a lot to this, it was clear who was more monstrous just by looking at the data. Chapter 1896. She reached level 8 at the age of 17. It was because of her talent that she was able to obtain the power of the Iceland clan's divine ancestor and become a demigod. That was why Garen, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi didn't look down on Cynthia. Instead, they treated her as an equal. If anyone could obtain the inheritance of a demigod and become a demigod, that demigod would be nothing more than a nouveau riche. Let alone Garen, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi, even Wu Yen wouldn't think much of such a nouveau riche. Therefore, even though Cynthia was less than 20 years old, Garen, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi didn't look down on her. Mula couldn't help but stand up for Cynthia. Unfortunately, Mula's way of speaking was too crude. Cynthia couldn't help but chide him. Mr. Mula, please don't exaggerate. How am I exaggerating? Mura curled her lips indifferently. You're a super genius who reached tier 8 before the age of 17. Don't take your demigod strength as the work of others. You earned this strength through your own hard work. Can't you have some confidence in yourself? That's right. Mura, you're right. Linya couldn't help but smile as she looked at Cynthia. Cynthia. This is the strength that you earned with your own efforts. You must have some confidence in yourself. All right. Cynthia replied helplessly. She then looked at Wu Yen curiously. However, I don't have the confidence to reach peak level 9 in my 20s. That's the truth, that's true. Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi were at a loss for words. It was no wonder that Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi would react this way. In the history of the Spalier world, there were only a handful of people who reached level 8 before the age of 17. However, there was no one who reached level 9 before the age of 20. Not to mention, Wu Yan wasn't just a beginner level 9. He was at the peak of the 9th stage. As long as he took another step forward, the youngest demigod in the Spalier world's history would undoubtedly be Wu Yan. Of course, the Saintess of the Iceland clan was an exception. He saw Cynthia leading the fire to his side. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Then, he turned his eyes to Mura, who looked indifferent. He asked doubtfully. Then, Mr. Mula, which special tribe do you belong to? The royal families of the three empires were supported by the many treasures in the land of gods. Only then would they be able to guarantee the birth of a demigod powerhouse in every generation to act as the protector of the three empires. As for the Iceland clan, due to their inheritance method, although they couldn't always have a demigod powerhouse, they still had the means to ensure the birth of a demigod powerhouse. Once a genius clan member who reached the 8th step before the age of 17 appeared, they would be able to give birth to a demigod powerhouse. Then, what was up with this demigod powerhouse who had been hiding in the Spalier World Academy and was the boss of a magic crystal store? Could it be that he cultivated all by himself? Wu Yan wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but after the topic was shifted to Mura, Garin, Linya, and Magnubi's expressions became a little strange. They were a little helpless and a little angry. It's a little complicated for me. However, Mura didn't care about the expressions of Garin, Linya and Magnubi as he directly opened his mouth and uttered such a shocking sentence. Actually, strictly speaking, I'm also a member of the royal families of the three empires. You're a member of the royal families of the three empires? This time, Wu Yan was really surprised. There was a protector in the royal families of the three empires? Don't get me wrong. I'm not a protector. Mura waved his hand and said casually. As I said, strictly speaking, I'm a member of the royal families of the three empires. In fact, I have nothing to do with the royal families of the three empires. Garin, Linya, and Magnubi all frowned at the same time when they heard this. Mura, I know you don't like the royal families of the three empires. Garin said with a frown. But you don't have to cut ties with the royal families of the three empires. Cut ties. Mura sneered. If I wanted to cut ties with the three empires, I wouldn't have stayed in the academy. You. Garin, Linya, and Magnubi were a little angry and helpless. What's wrong? Wu Yan was curious about the story. Is it because something happened? It's not something worth investigating. Of course, it's not a secret either. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Mura snorted. It'll be easier for you to understand if I tell you this. My grandfather is a member of the Ailu imperial family. My grandmother is a member of the Fea imperial family. They gave birth to my mother. My father is a member of the Baruba imperial family. Wu Yan almost complained when he heard Mura's words. Is it really that easy to understand? Fortunately, Wu Yan was smart enough to figure out the meaning behind Mura's words. Mura's grandfather was a member of the Ailu imperial family. His grandmother was a member of the Fea imperial family. In other words, Mura's mother was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family and the Fea imperial family. Mura's father was a member of the Baruba imperial family. His mother was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family and the Fea imperial family. In other words, Mura was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family, the Baruba imperial family, and the Fea imperial family. Does that mean Mura has the support of the three empires? Kid, don't think it's a good thing to have the bloodline of three empires. Mura noticed something from Wu Yan's expression and sneered. In the eyes of the direct descendants of the royal family, a mixed blood like me would only be stigmatized as impure. Not to mention the right of succession to the throne, I was not even qualified to call myself a prince. I was even disliked and humiliated by the so-called princes of the royal family of the three empires and almost got killed. Hearing this, Garin, Linya, and Magnubi fell silent. Obviously, what Mura said was true. Since you know about the God Spirit lands, you should know that as long as you are a rank 6 member of the three empires, you can enter the God Spirit lands once every 10 years, right? Mura pouted as if she wasn't talking about herself. Back then, I was forcefully snatched away because of my identity as a mixed blood of the royal families of the three empires. Others can enter the land of gods once every 10 years, but I can only enter once every 30 years. However, when I advanced to rank 9, the royal families of the three empires came to me to get a rank 9 powerhouse. Mura's face was filled with disdain as he spoke. And when I advanced to the demigod level, these three fellows came to visit me personally. It was as if they were reuniting with me. Why did they bully me when I wasn't strong enough? Why did they come to fight for me once I became valuable? Because I've seen through their faces, I directly announced that I have nothing to do with the royal families of the three empires from now on. Mura said as he let out a sigh. Regardless, I was once a member of the royal family of one of the three empires when I entered the Divine Lands. If it weren't for the opportunities one received there, I wouldn't be where I am now. That's why even though I'm not related to the royal family of the three empires, I'm willing to stay in Silveria World Institute and become its guardian angel. I want to protect the new generation of Silveria World Institute. Now it seems that I made the right decision. Mura sighed with emotion. If not for the fact that I was in the academy and was attacked by the magical beast army, who knows what would have happened to the academy. Oh, right. Wu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Mura's words. Mr. Mura, how is the academy now? With me around, the students will be fine. The Ailu Empire's people must have arranged for them to take refuge or participate in the battles in other cities. Mura looked a little upset. But the academy itself can't be saved. We can only rebuild it in the future. I wonder how the three empires are doing. Cynthia looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Is Miss Violet all right? Wu Yan nodded under the gazes of Garin, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi. Leave it to us. Chapter 1897. He stood in the hall and opened his wine-red eyes slightly. His gaze was like an arrow as he surveyed the area in front of him. In front of this pair of deep eyes, a few young girls were lined up in an uneven manner. They also cast their gazes over and stared at the owner of those wine-red eyes. They did not say anything, but there was a strange sense of trust in their eyes. This kind of trust that doesn't require any reason or basis may be blind, but Wu Yan who received this kind of blind trust felt warm inside. Even so, Wu Yan could not help but ask. Don't you need me to kill the three beast kings leading the beast army? It can't be helped that Wu Yan is so worried. The 5 demigod masters in the Spalier world could not leave the sealed beast king's platform. Purple could not leave the capital of alternate generations either. If it left, there would be no one left who could defeat the demigod beast kings. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan could not help but worry. However, no matter how worried Wu Yan was, it was useless. I know what you're thinking, but I have to help you buy time as soon as possible. Little Yan, you know this. Purple shook its head gently as if it was patiently teaching a child who was throwing a tantrum. Instead of worrying about the situation here, it's better to finish the mission as soon as possible. If that's the case, you might be able to kill the 3 beast kings when you come back. Purple was not just saying that for fun. Although they had to complete the Demigod Path mission and upgrade the effect of the Demigod Path reward item to the pinnacle of the Demigod level, the system didn't mention how many rounds of the Demigod Path mission one would have to complete in order to upgrade the effect of the item to that level. Therefore, no one knew about it. Maybe he could reach the goal in the next round, or maybe he would have to complete dozens of rounds. Anyway, anything was possible. If he was lucky, the next round of the Demigod Path mission would be announced as over. Wu Yan would then be able to kill the 3 Beast Kings in time due to the difference in the time ratio between the 2 worlds. If he was unlucky, the Demigod Path mission had never reached its ideal state. Perhaps they would wait until the Beast King broke the seal. Wu Yan was still wandering around in some unknown instance dungeon world. On the other hand, the system had no idea how many more rings it would have to complete before Wu Yan could advance to the peak of a demigod. After all, the items required for each round of the Demigod Path mission were different. Among these items, there were some that could increase the effects of the Demigod Ascension tool by a lot, while others could increase the effects by a little. There was no way to know in advance, so even the system did not know to what extent the Demigod Ascension tool would be. This was also one of the reasons why Violet asked Wu Yan to hurry up. No matter what, the sooner it was completed, the better. Even though he knew this, Wu Yan still couldn't help but worry. You really don't have to worry. It was rare for Chiju to speak so softly as she smiled confidently. Although our opponents were 3 demigod powerhouses, didn't we also encounter a demigod level 9 giant spider queen when we were searching for treasures in the supply town with the auction house? Didn't we also come out unscathed then? What do you mean peak of a tier 7? Wu Yan said helplessly. Didn't we have Ikaros with us? But isn't Ikaros also at peak of a tier 8? Mikoto rolled her eyes. You don't have to worry so much. There are so many of us here, there's bound to be a way. Plus, we won't die, as Wu Yan summons. Even if the girls were killed, Wu Yan only needed to spend half of the summoning points he spent to summon them to revive them. This was what Mikoto wanted to say. But this reason was not enough to convince Wu Yan. Could it be that because he could be resurrected, he could safely send the girls to their deaths? Others might be able to do it, even the girls themselves, but Wu Yan admitted that he couldn't do it. How about I summon another demigod? Wu Yan frowned. There shouldn't be a problem then, right? No problem. Yukari said with a half-smile. If there isn't a problem, why didn't you summon them from the start? Wu Yan choked. Little Yan, you don't have any summoning points left, right? Yukari exposed Wu Yan's lie. You must have used up all your summoning points when summoning that squatting princess in the Forever Pavilion, right? I still have 5 demigod magic crystals on me. Wu Yan retorted like he's trying to be brave. If you take out 5 demigod mana crystals and exchange them for items that can be exchanged for summoning points, you should be able to gather enough points to summon a demigod, right? That may be the case, but I don't agree with that. Yukari sighed. Let's not talk about us. Little Yan, since you knew you had 5 demigod rank magic crystals, why didn't you exchange them for items that could earn you summoning points to summon a demigod rank character? This time, Wu Yan fell silent. Yukari is right, Wu Yan did have 5 demigod tier magic crystals left. He wanted to trade them for summoning points and turn them into the system. That way, he would be able to gather enough points to summon a demigod tier powerhouse. But, he gave up on that idea. Now that the Spalier world was in danger, who would have the time to trade with Wu Yan? Besides, even if he had the time, Wu Yan would have to complete the Demigod's Path mission. It was a race against time, wasn't it? Wu Yan couldn't help but hate himself. Why didn't he prepare more summoning points? It wasn't Wu Yan's fault. His strength had reached a point where it couldn't be ignored. There were very few places where he could rely on the system. It's because he's gradually getting rid of his dependence on the system that he didn't actively increase his points. Now, when he needs them, he doesn't have them. He's in a tight spot right now. I told you, you're worrying too much. Mikoto complained. Stop wasting time, let's get going and complete the Demigod's Path mission as soon as possible. You should have more faith in us. Chuju stroked her waist-length pink hair and smiled. Even if we face 3 demigod beast kings, we won't lose. I will do my best. Astria clenched her fists. I won't disappoint Master. Master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yen with a determined gaze. She didn't say anything but she conveyed her thoughts to Wu Yen. See that? Yukari shrugged and smiled. It's good for a man to be protective, but overdoing it will turn a woman into a vase. Yen, it's time for you to show these girls that they aren't just vases. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Wu Yen lowered his head and after a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled. Since you've already said so much, I'm going to look like an old woman if I don't. Wu Yen looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria again. His lips curved into a smile. If I'm going to do something, I have to do it to the best of my ability. I can't lose. Astria smiled. Ikaros' expression softened. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with confident smiles. They said in unison. Who do you think we are? White Emperor College's student council president is someone who doesn't know what it means to admit defeat. Tokuwadai's electric princess was also a person who charged forward bravely and would never admit defeat. This is Chuju and Mikoto's confidence. It's a dazzling confidence. Recalling the confidence of these girls, Wu Yen laughed out loud. His smiling face became an afterimage in the eyes of the girls. Then, he disappeared from the spot. The girls stared at the direction where Wu Yen disappeared in silence. After a while, Yukari patted her fan. All right, it's time for us to welcome our comrades. Ikaros, Astria and Hinajuku, Mikoto and Hinajuku were also taken aback. After a while, they seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. That's right. Without their help, it would be a very troublesome matter. Chapter 1898. This is an open-air platform located at the top of the Heart of Generations. The floor of the platform was made of red stone bricks that were as red as blood, but it didn't make people feel horrified. Instead, it revealed a trace of beauty. Just like the carpets in the luxurious halls, it exuded a kind of aura that only high-end consumers could enjoy. It made people feel restrained. There's no ceiling above the platform. Instead, there's a fence made out of ceramic bars that cover the entire platform. There are canopies on both sides that can be opened to form a ceiling. The platform was surrounded by extremely strange walls. The walls were not like the platform's floor, which was paved with stone bricks. Instead, they seemed to be made of water, like a sponge that kept rippling. It made one unconsciously feel as if the platform was soaked in the deep sea. The walls of the platform weren't originally like this. The reason why they're like this is because the owner of the Heart of Generations and the owner of the capital of alternate generations set up a barrier around the platform. Of course, the reason for setting up the barrier was very simple. It was to protect the lake in the central area of the open-air platform, which was about 1 meter higher than the ground. To be precise, it should be said that it was to protect the beautiful girls in the lake who were either sitting or lying in the water with their beautiful eyes tightly closed. These beautiful girls had been in this tranquil state for quite some time. But today, this tranquility is destined to be broken. At a certain moment, the door to the open-air platform slowly opened with a pakacha sound. Yukari led Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria into the quiet place. They stepped on the carpet-like ground and mercilessly tore the tranquility apart. They climbed the stairs in front of the platform and arrived in front of the lake. The group of 5 young ladies all cast their gazes towards the lake that they had stayed in not long ago, overlooking the scene inside. In the lake where the young girls were soaking, tiny streams of water that were invisible to the naked eye were slowly flowing around the naked bodies of the young girls, gently entering the soft and slender bodies of the young girls who had their eyes tightly shut. With the infusion of these tiny streams, the auras of the beautiful girls gradually changed. One moment they were strong, the next they were weak. Just like the diagrams on an electrocardiogram, they rose and fell rhythmically. If one looks closely, they'll notice that every time the aura fluctuates, the girl's aura will break through the peak and push them a little closer to their peak. It was also this scene that proved that the young lady soaking in the lake with her eyes closed wasn't a sleeping beauty or a mermaid, but a Valkyrie who was gradually recovering. His gaze swept across the faces of the girls in the lake one by one. Aside from Yukaro's, who was expressionless, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Astria all had mixed expressions. They're happy because their companions are getting stronger little by little. What he was worried about was that he didn't know how long this increase in strength would last. In theory, the longer they stay in the lake, the stronger the girls will get. This is what Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria want to see. However, based on the current situation, if this situation continued, they would be isolated and helpless. No one would be able to help them. Under the influence of these conflicting emotions, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Astria's expressions turned gloomy. Even though the longer we soak in the lake, the more benefits we get. Mikoto was the first to complain. But isn't this a little too long? I don't think I took this long to soak in the lake either, right? After all, it's diluted pool water. Yen also said that not only would the effect be reduced, even the time needed for the transformation would increase by a lot. The reason we were able to finish it so quickly was also because of our better physique, right? Hinajuku was troubled as well. I wonder if they can continue to transform in the future if I wake them up now. No. There's no need for that. Yukari put away her paper fan with an enigmatic smile. Today, let's complete the transformation of these little girls. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria focused their attention on Yukari. Can you do it? Mikoto's tone carried a hint of surprise, as well as a hint of suspicion. It's best if we don't affect their transformation, don't worry. Yukari shook her head. I just want to increase the speed at which the little girls absorb the pool water. Speed up their absorption rate. You mean speed up their transformation? Hinajuku exclaimed in surprise. If there's such a method, why didn't we use it earlier? I was just worried about the consequences of being too greedy. Yukari explained with a chuckle. Now, since they are already halfway through their metamorphosis, let's speed up the second half of their metamorphosis. Even if there is an impact, it won't be too much. After saying this, Ziwei took a step forward and looked at the girls in the lake. She gently pointed the folded paper fan in her hand forward. The realm of distance and closeness. The instant her voice fell, a circle of formless ripples spread out from the paper fan that Z had pointed to the front like a ripple. The ripples slowly reverberated, spreading through the space in front of the paper fan, the surrounding air, the beautiful floor, and the boiling water vapor in the lake. Under the effect of the ripples, the small clear streams that were flowing toward the young women in the lake suddenly came to a standstill. Then, as if they had entered an invisible space, they all appeared around the young women in a flash. Under the effect of the near and far realm, the pool water with the transformation effect was separated from the normal lake water and gathered around the girls who were transforming. The realm of speed and closeness. At this moment, the frequency of the ripples that were spreading to the surroundings quietly changed. This time, the ripples passed through the lake water, but the lake water did not change in the slightest. Instead, the pool water that gathered around the girls, which had the effect of metamorphosis, suddenly swelled up and rushed into the naked bodies of the girls at an extremely fast speed. The influx of large amounts of water caused a change in the aura of the girls, which had been fluctuating rhythmically. It was no longer fluctuating up and down. Instead, it was as if they had encountered a rising tide, suddenly rising upwards. Under such a violent rise, the young girls in the lake all frowned. There was nothing they could do about it. Although the flow of the pool water had increased, the absorption speed of the girls did not increase. Naturally, this led to the pool water that had not yet participated in the transformation and was absorbed by the girls to accumulate in their bodies. Therefore, it was natural for the girls to feel depressed. Yukari sister. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Estrella all gasped at the same time. Even Ikaros couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Purple did not have any reaction to this. Instead, with a leisurely chuckle, she opened the paper fan in her hand and waved it forward after the pool water that had gathered around the girls had completely entered their bodies. The realm of restriction and release. In an instant, the ripple that reverberated around the lake gathered and turned into an invisible airflow that rushed into the girls' bodies. The human body has a certain function that automatically limits one's potential. In order to prevent too much explosive power from damaging the body, and to prevent too much potential from being wasted, this restriction will accompany a person until they die, until they grow old. Now, Yukari used her realm power to temporarily remove the restriction in the girls' bodies, freeing their bodies' original functions. As a result, the absorption ability of the girls' cells, skin, internal organs, and other tissues instantly increased. They absorbed all the pool water accumulated in their bodies for the metamorphosis. Waves of powerful auras rose from each of the young girls. R1152. Chapter 1899. Boz. Like a rising pillar of light, the invisible aura converged into a visible wave of air. Fiercely, the beautiful girls soaked in the lake soared into the sky, jumping up and down as if they were alive. In the lake water that had consumed all the water with the transformation effect was blown by the air waves formed by the aura. It was as if a huge whale had flipped its body inside. The water's surface fluctuated violently like waves, rolling up and down. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Estrella took a step back at the same time. The rising lake water seemed to have been calculated, or it seemed to have encountered some kind of obstacle. It only stopped when it was right in front of the five of them. When the water in the lake returned to its tranquil and clear state, the naked young ladies who were soaking in the water with their eyes closed opened their eyes. Their eyes were full of color as they cast their colorful gazes towards the shore. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Estrella exchanged glances with the naked girls. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Estrella didn't say a word. Shokuho Misaki, level 80, Itsuka Kodori, level 83, Tokasaki Kurumi, level 82, Night Sword God Toka, level 83, Yoshino, level 80, Hachiwa Yagiya, level 80, 8th Dance Evening Chord, level 80, Night Charmer, level 80, Kinohara Sae, level 80, Frenda, level 80, Takitsuba Riku, level 80, Shokuho Misaki. Itsuka Kodori. Tokasaki Kurumi. Night Blade God Toka. For Bonos. Baawuyi Jushu. 8 Dances of the Evening Strings. Seducing Meijo. Kinohara Sai. Frenda. Takitsuba Riku. A row of 11 girls, who had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping a second ago, suddenly opened their eyes. He had finally woken up. After ending their long and short hibernation, the 11 girls showed their transformations to Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Estrella. Shockingly, each of the girls had already advanced to the 9th stage after the transformation of the pool water. 11 Type 9 powerhouses. The 11 girls in front of him, who were all under 20 years old, had reached a level that no one else in the Spalier world could reach in their entire lives. Compared to these 11 girls, Cynthia, who had reached the 8th level at the age of 17, seemed rather ordinary. Of course. Apart from these 11 girls at the 9th step. In the lake, there was another person whose level had not been detected by the system. Kite origami. Although the system didn't detect the level of this girl who could only display a slightly stronger fighting technique in the state of an ordinary person, everyone here knew that when Tabichi Origami put on her personal combat display device, she would be able to display her full strength. Only then would his true strength be revealed. At that time, Tabichi Origami wouldn't be any weaker than the other girls. He kept his eyes on the 12 girls. Yukari, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria looked at each other and their eyes lit up with joy. About half an hour later, in the Hall of Generations Heart, Yukari, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria were all gathered in one place. They were either standing or sitting at every corner of the hall. At this time, the 12 girls who came out of the lake had all changed into their own clothes. Each of the girls with outstanding appearances looked extremely gorgeous under the contrast of various cute, beautiful, and colorful clothes. In addition, there were quite a few of these girls. If there was an outsider present, no matter if that person was a man or a woman, he or she would be dazzled, right? The girls were also doing their own things. Shokuhu Misaki, Kotori, and Kurumi were all sitting on the sofa. Kurumi looked a bit absent-minded, while Shokuhu Misaki and Kotori seemed to be very focused on their conversation. Toka was with Istria. The Chowhound Angel and Chowhound Fairy took up a corner of the hall. They seemed to be chatting about something. Istria was talking about something excitedly while Toka listened to her with an exaggerated expression. Every now and then, she would jump up and down in surprise. Yi Juye and Shi Xian stood to the side, exchanging glances with each other. There was a hint of confusion in their expressions. Mei Jiao stood some distance away from the girls. Her gaze swept across the faces of the girls in front of her. Her eyes were filled with longing and she almost had a heart attack. Yoshino was standing beside Ikaros. She didn't know what was going on. She was talking to Yoshino, who was squeaking in her hand. Koichi Origami was standing by the window. Through the window, she stared at the Misaka sisters who were flying around in the sky with their personal combat display device. Her blue eyes were flashing with an indescribable emotion. Nobody knew what she was thinking about. On the other hand, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku, the trio that would never be separated, were huddled in a corner of the hall with their brows tightly knitted together. From the looks of it, these girls seemed to be doing their own things, presenting a picture of boredom. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that these girls were all focused in one direction. In that direction, Yukari, Hinajuku, and Mikoto were sitting on the sofa. Hinajuku and Mikoto were explaining the current situation to the girls. It took them another half an hour to explain. It wasn't until half an hour later that Hinajuku and Mikoto finished their explanation. The girls also fell silent, filling the hall with a heavy atmosphere. Not long after, the atmosphere dissipated with the girls' exhalation. I think I have a rough idea of the situation. Shokuhu Misaki pointed at her cheeks. Her golden eyes sparkled with a strange light. She looked like a cat that was about to capture its prey. She looked both happy and dangerous at the same time. No wonder Yukari woke us up. The situation is so urgent. It is indeed urgent, but rather than saying it is urgent, it is more like saying it is dangerous. Violet spoke in a relaxed tone that didn't sound like she was describing a dangerous matter at all. That's because you'll have to think of a way to deal with the 3 demigod beast kings who borrowed the power of the false gods and the endless army of beasts running amok in the world of Silveria. Us? Hearing this, some of the girls laughed bitterly, some of them were at a loss, some of them were eager to try, and some of them were in disbelief. Are you serious? Kotori subconsciously reached for her favorite lollipop, but she remembered that she just came out from the lake, so she didn't have a lollipop with her. The serious expression on her cute face instantly turned into annoyance. Do you think we have a chance of winning? Era. Kurumi tilted her head. Her exposed eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She licked the corner of her mouth. I think it's quite interesting. Are demigods that strong? Jejuya crossed his arms in front of his chest with an arrogant look on his face. They are just a bunch of beasts. Do they think they can resist my ultimate judgment? Objection. Objection. Shisian mercilessly narrowed her eyes and glared at the arrogant Jejuya. According to the system's rules, we are at least 10 levels lower than the beasts Yakuya is talking about. Even if we form a party and wear equipment, we can't defeat the SS. Hey. This isn't a game. Kinohata Sai raised her voice, trying to make her presence known. That's a demigod beast king, we can't defeat it. Don't lower your own morale. Mikoto slapped the table to get everyone's attention. No matter what, Yukari can't leave. We need to deal with the 3 demigod beast kings and the demonic beast army. At this moment, Origami, who was standing by the window, suddenly spoke in an emotionless voice. Where's Shido? Shido. Yen. Chuju paused for a moment before shaking her head. He's having a harder time than us, he can't do anything for now. Hearing this, the group of young girls once again became distressed. Of course, only they knew if they were troubled by the lack of a way to deal with the demonic beasts or if it was because Wu Yen wasn't here. Chapter 1900. For Yakuya, Shisian, Meijo, and Origami, who had just become summons not long ago, even if they were told that they had to deal with 3 demigods, they didn't know how strong these 3 demigods were. It can't be helped. As soon as they arrived at the Spalier world, all the elven girls entered the lake to transform. For Kotori and Kurumi who have lived in the Spalier world for a while, they know what demigods mean. However, for Yakuya, Yushin, Meijo, and Origami, they don't know what demigods mean. That was why Yigaya, Shisian, Meijo, and Origami didn't feel nervous at all. In fact, Yigaya even had the look of God is number 1 and I'm number 3. Meijo also placed most of her attention on those beautiful and cute girls. Shisian also seemed to be half asleep and didn't have much energy. Origami, on the other hand, lowered her head and said calmly after a moment of silence. Let's not talk about the 3 demigod kings for now. First, we have to deal with an endless number of monsters, right? Well, it's a little weird to call demigods monsters. Chuju scratched her face. But other than the 3 demigods, we have to deal with a lot of other demigods as well. That's more or less what you said. Hearing this, Origami nodded. He lifted his feet and walked out of the hall as if there was no one around. Hey! Mikoto called out. Where do you think you're going? Outside. Origami said without looking back. I promised Shido. I have to teach the girls how to use CR unit. The way they use it now is too crude. It won't be effective in battle. After saying that, Origami walked out of the hall, leaving the girls behind. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and the other girls couldn't help but be stunned. Right now, they were talking about something that could be considered as a matter of life and death. How could this girl run out to be an instructor so calmly? Yukari was the only one who stared at the direction Origami left with a smile on her face. Looks like little Yen made an interesting girl his summoner, Mikoto looked at Yukari in confusion. What do you mean? Misaka-san. Didn't you hear what she said? The girl's CR unit usage is too crude. It won't be effective in battle. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and said with a meaningful tone. That girl named Tabichi Origami isn't just going to fulfill her promise. She's going to train her troops. Hearing this, many of the young girls revealed expressions of realization. The war against demigods isn't a simple battle. It's a real war. On one side are the humans. On the other side are the magical beasts. At this moment, only these two forces are clashing in Silveria. It's not a personal battle. Therefore, even though dealing with the three beast kings was a difficult task, the overwhelming magical beast army was also a problem that couldn't be ignored. Origami decided to leave the real boss to the girls while she became the general of an army. She's going to lead the soldiers she personally trained against the enemy. These soldiers were the Misaka sisters who only had a rudimentary understanding of the CR unit. In the words of Origami, their method of using the CR unit was still too crude. Even though it's a bit of last-minute preparation, with Origami's training, the Misaka girls will be able to raise their combat strength by a few levels. When facing the demigod army, whether it's to ensure their own safety or to wipe out the enemy, it's a good thing. That was Origami's plan. Not bad, that's super newbie. Kinohara Sayai praised. She's not a simple character. In the end, that's what I thought too. Frenda started to shrink back. She might be even scarier than Mujino. Is that so? Takitsubo Riku smiled. I think she's quite reliable. What? Are you interested in Miss Toshiyuki? Meijio, who saw the opportunity, sneaked into the middle of the trio, giving Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku a shock. We would like to get to know you guys better. How about we have a cup of tea tonight? After saying that, Meijio looked at Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku with her sparkling eyes, causing them to have a strange feeling. Intuition told Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku that if they agreed to this request, they would lose something very important. That's right. Something very important. However, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku couldn't directly reject a newcomer. They looked at each other and nodded, causing Meijio's eyes to turn into crescent moons. Tonight, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku will regret their hasty decision. Of course, by that time, they won't be able to get back what they thought was important. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Shokuho Misaki pretended to be deep in thought and looked at Yukari. Yukari, you should have a plan, right? In an instant, all the girls turned their attention to Yukari, who was sitting on the sofa. Under the gazes of all the girls present, Violet didn't even say a word. She only stretched her hand forward. Puchi. In the next moment, on the wall that the purple finger pointed at, 3 pitch-black cracks filled with sinister eyeballs appeared in front of all the girls with a tearing sound. In these 3 gaps, there were 3 scenes with the same plot even though the specific content was different. They were 3 cities that occupied vast areas and were surrounded by sturdy city walls. But now, these 3 sturdy cities were being attacked by all kinds of ferocious and terrifying magical beasts. Under the attack of the magical beasts, on the walls of the 3 cities, soldiers and spellcasters wielding bows and arrows were releasing arrows and spells imbued with battle energy, resisting the charging magical beast army. Suddenly, the roars of all kinds of magic beasts, the roars of soldiers, the murmurs of magicians chanting magic incantations, and the roars of the knights in the city reverberated in the air. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and it made one's heart feel very heavy. While the group of young ladies were feeling depressed, Violet spoke up. As you can see, the 3 empires are only left with these 3 imperial cities. The other cities, including the Spalier World Academy, have all fallen and become the empire of the demonic beasts. The girls sucked in a deep breath of cold air. In the entire Spalier world, only 3 imperial cities were left and the other cities had all fallen. Doesn't that mean that once the 3 imperial cities fall, the entire Spalier world will be under the control of the demonic beasts? Even Shokuho Misaki couldn't hide her shock. But how many days has it been since the demonic beasts attacked the Spalier world? Had he already fallen to such a state? That's right. If the humans of the Spalier world really wanted to defend their cities, they wouldn't have fallen to this extent in just a few days. Yukari shook her head. However, the 3 emperors have already seen the current situation. They believe that if they continue to defend the other cities, they will be overwhelmed by the demonic beasts sooner or later. Thus, the 3 empires have decided to take away the important resources from the other cities and concentrate their forces on the imperial cities. They plan to use one imperial city as their base to fight the demonic beasts. A wise choice. Kotori nodded in agreement. If they were to stubbornly defend the other cities, not only would they disperse their combat strength, but the cities would still fall in the end. At that time, even the materials would be destroyed. To be able to make such a wise and decisive choice, the 3 great emperors are truly capable. However, there are pros and cons. Once the 3 imperial cities fall, the humans will be finished. Shokuho Misaki muttered. The 3 beast kings are near the 3 imperial cities, right? That's right. That's right. Purple nodded and glanced at all the girls present. Then, you should know what to do now, right? Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Destroy them one by one. Hearing this answer, Z also smiled. Chapter 1901. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, passing through the realm of illusion and reality that did not obstruct it at all. When it shone into the capital of a foreign era, the streets of the capital of a foreign era seemed to have lost their vitality as silence filled the air. However, that didn't mean that the residents of the capital of alternate generations were slacking off in their own homes, hiding in their warm beds and refusing to get up. On the contrary, the residents were even more hardworking than usual. This was because in front of the heart of generations was an empty space where 20,000 residents of the capital of alternate generations who were identical in appearance, height, hair color, and physique were lined up neatly like an army, waiting for the arrival of their general. At this moment, the 20,000 Misaka sisters were all wearing extremely revealing skin-tight outfits. Every part of their body was equipped with a certain amount of technological elements. There was a thruster on their backs and a heavy cannon in one hand. This was a personal equipment that utilized all the display devices in battle. Its full name was the Tactical Display Unit, or CR Unit for short. The display devices used in battle were stored in a type of connecting device called a circuit suit. In other words, the tights that carried the display devices could be instantly equipped during battle. As the basic equipment, the circuit suit had a basic display device that could create a domain around the user that was invisible to ordinary people and could perform different functions according to the user's wishes. It was the Turde Tori. Of course, this was a function that all the CR units had. The performance of these functions depended on the overall performance of the CR unit. The better the performance of the CR unit, the greater the power it could unleash. It wasn't easy to unleash the full potential of a CR unit. Not only did it require the user's control skills, but it also required the user's brain to be more developed than ordinary people. It was because of this that magicians who could use CR units were so rare and precious in the date battle. There were only a handful of people who could use CR units to fight against the elves. These 20,000 Misaka sisters were all equipped with the best mass-produced CR units available at the moment. Other than personal CR units like Irene's Pandaragon and Origami's Mordred, the CR units that the Misaka sisters were equipped with were the best out of all the CR units available. Moreover, the crucial factor in controlling the CR units was the user's brain development ability. Without a doubt, these CR units had increased the strength of the Misaka sisters, who were at least tier 7 at the very least, by leaps and bounds. After all, superpowers were born from the personal reality after the development of one's brain. Although the highest superpower the Misaka sisters had was only LV4, their brain development was much stronger than ordinary people. Perhaps if the Misaka sisters were to become magicians in the date battle world, the elves wouldn't be able to live a carefree life anymore. Looking at the neatly arranged troops that seemed to stretch on endlessly, the girls couldn't help but sigh in amazement. They really looked the same. Yakuya even forgot to maintain his Chinibu tone. He pointed at the army of Misaka sisters and shouted at Mikoto. "Are all of these really your little sisters? Your mother sure is good at giving birth. Are you scolding me?" Mikoto furrowed her brows. She thought about it and decided not to get angry. She chose to ignore Yajuya and looked at the other girls around her. "Shall we depart now?" "Yes, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid the three kingdoms will fall." Shokuhu Misaki pointed at her own face with her white-gloved finger and smiled. "So, let's proceed with the plan." "Yes." All the girls present nodded their heads. This so-called plan was decided by the girls last night while they were thinking about how to fight. However, this so-called plan is actually quite simple. Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Istria looked at each other and exchanged glances. They stood in front of one of the neatly arranged Misaka sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Ailu Empire." Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Mikoto, Yoshino, and Origami also stood in front of another group of Misaka sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Baruba Empire." Immediately, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yushin stepped forward and stood at the head of the middle group of sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Faya Empire." After they returned to their positions, the 16 girls in 3 rows looked at the others and declared in unison. "Find the Beast King. Destroy them one by one." Yukari was the only one who didn't step forward. Her delicate face softened as she shook her head at the girls. "The remaining 5,000 Misaka sisters will be in charge of protecting the capital of alternate generations, so you don't have to worry about the situation here. I just want to say that it would be best if we can defeat the Beast King and repel the demonic beast army. However, if there is no other way, you have to protect yourselves and stall for time until Xiao Yan returns." Hearing this, the group of girls nodded their heads heavily. Originally, the best plan would have been for everyone to work together and deal with a magical beast army first. They would have killed one of the Beast Kings, and then they would have done the same thing. They would have found the Beast Kings one by one and defeated them together. That would have been ideal. Unfortunately, if they did that, who knows which one of the 3 kingdom cities would be conquered by the demonic beast army while the girls were dealing with the other Beast Kings. If that happened, the other demonic beast army would be able to help the other 2 sides. That would only make things harder for them to deal with. Therefore, the girls could only split up and fight one Beast King and one demonic beast army each. It would be best if they could defeat the other side, but if they couldn't, they had to stall for time until Wu Yan returned from his mission. That was the general idea of the so-called plan. As for the details, they had to come up with a strategy to deal with the Beast King and the demonic beast army that they were in charge of. Different people had different opinions about this. Yukari turned around and waved her hand in the direction of the generation's heart. A huge crack appeared in the space in front of them, revealing ferocious and terrifying eyeballs to the girls. Now, in order to maintain the state of illusion and reality, the range of my ability is very limited. This crack can only send you to the nearest supply town. You will have to travel the rest of the way by yourselves." After saying that, Yukari silently retreated to the side and sighed. "Remember, protect yourselves. Even if you don't care about your own lives, you have to think about Xiao Yan who has returned." The girls who were prepared to fight to the death held their breaths when they heard this. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded helplessly. Yukari smiled in satisfaction when she saw this. She flipped her hand, and 3 rings appeared in her hand. They were 3 space rings. Yukari tossed the 3 space rings forward, and the space rings that formed an arc in the air were swallowed up by the crack that opened up in midair. The next moment, Hinajuku, Shokuhu Misaki, and Kotori noticed that a ring had appeared on their hands. "Put it on." Yukari smiled as the girls looked at her in confusion. "It will be of help to you." After saying that, Yukari turned around. It seemed like she had no intention of bidding farewell to the girls. However, this action didn't anger the girls. Instead, it warmed their hearts. With Yukari's personality, if she didn't bid them farewell, it meant that she didn't want them to leave. Even though she didn't say anything, it was the best blessing, wasn't it? Therefore, the group of girls did not say anything, nor did they bid farewell to anyone. They led a total of 15,000 Misaka sisters into the huge gap and disappeared one by one from this dreamy city. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.